In order to enable the smooth running of the meeting so far as possible, it's recommended that you mute your microphone when not speaking and then unmute it when you need to speak. Please note that the chat function on Microsoft Teams should only be used for matters such as asking to speak if raising the hand function isn't working, or to say you have to leave the meeting. It is not to be used for comments or questions on the substantive business or for side conversations to take place. Can members also please remember that when I speak, they need to be silent and listen to what I have to say. Governance officers will mute the mics when necessary. Please avoid speaking when other members are speaking, unless it's essential, for example, to raise a point of order. Members may be aware from experience that it tends to take longer to deal with business at remote meetings, and therefore I would be grateful if the number of length of speeches could be kept to a manageable level. Voting will be carried out in the same way as last time by voting electronically when it's necessary to take the vote. If anyone is unable to give their vote electronically, they will have the opportunity to give it verbally. I will now move into the formal business of the meeting. Item 1, notice of convening the meeting. When it's necessary, can we take the notice of convening the meeting as read?
Agreed, Chair.
Agreed.
Yes.
Agreed.
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 Item 2, the minutes. The next item is the minutes of the extraordinary meeting of the Council held on the 23rd of September 2020. Can we agree the minutes?
Agreed.
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 Item 3, declarations of interest. I have received a declaration of interest from Councillor Haswell in relation to item 10, report of the Cabinet section. Number 2, capital programme second review, including treasury management. I is currently studying at Sunderland College. Councillor Haswell has indicated that he will leave the meeting prior to consideration of this item. Are there any other declarations of interest? No. Item 4, announcements. It is with sadness that I refer Council to the recent sudden death of Mr. John Hayes, the founder and managing director of Hayes Travel. Founded in 1980 with just one shop, Hayes Travel is now the largest independent travel agent in the UK. It kept its headquarters here in Sunderland. John and his wife, the co-owner Irene, bought the Thomas Cook real estate a year ago. John was held in immense respect by staff, colleagues, family and friends. John's significant achievements and contribution to the development of the British travel industry have been recognised many times in the last decade. He achieved a Lifetime Award from Global Travel Awards and was recently admitted to the exclusive British Travel Industry Hall of Fame. John was awarded an honorary doctorate from Sunderland University. He was given Freedom of the City of Sunderland in 2016 as a token of honour of esteem in which he was held by the citizens of Sunderland. And in recognition of the example of achievements, he set his personal contribution to the economic well-being of the city and the people of Sunderland. John was also Vice Chairman of Sunderland AFC and a champion of the North East and City of Sunderland. Would you please join me in sending condolences to John's wife Irene, his family, his friends at this sad time. I ask you to remain silent for a moment as a mark of respect. That concludes my announcements. Item 5, apologies. Are there any apologies?
Yes, Mr Mayor, there are apologies from councillors Kelly, Roundtree, A Wilson, Alderman Arnott, Greenfield, Tate and Forbes, and also councillors P Gibson, E Gibson and T Taylor advised that they may arrive late to the meeting.
Thank you, William. Are there any further apologies? If so, would members please indicate using the raised hand facility or switch on their camera if they do not have this facility? Elaine, I think, does Councillor Julie Jackson have a hand raised?
Yes, I think Councillor Rowntree has her hand raised and Councillor Farthing has her hand raised, I think actually from the previous declarations of interest, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Item 6, COVID-19. I would like to invite the leader to provide an update to Council on the situation with regard.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Colleagues, I'm pleased to provide a further extensive update to Council on the COVID-19 emergency. As I'm sure you're all aware, there's been a great deal happening since the last Council meeting regarding our work to support the city and its residents through this most difficult and challenging time. At this point in time, we find ourselves as a country in lockdown 2, and in the northeast, we have been living within Tier 2 local restrictions since mid-October. As I've said in my updates at previous council meetings, I am proud of and exceptionally grateful for the efforts of teams right across the council working alongside our brilliant partners to help the city, its residents, businesses and organisations navigate the first lockdown, which included paying out £44 million worth of grants to businesses, continuing vital and dedicated work in children's and adult social care, supporting schools to be COVID secure and to remain open as much as possible, keeping disruption to environmental services to an absolute minimum, and setting up and running the community hubs and coordinating almost 1,000 fantastic volunteers across the city in order to provide an essential lifeline to vulnerable residents and those that needed to isolate. This work hasn't stopped in between lockdowns, and it is testament to the dedication and resilience of the council's workforce that at an early point in the emergency we were able to commence recovery of the vast majority of our usual services, operating them alongside these and all the other new and different ones we've needed to bring online. And further, during the Tier 2 restrictions, teams across the council working alongside partners including the police stepped up environmental health advice and enforcement services and marshalling arrangements to support businesses, particularly in the hospitality sector, to comply with the trading restrictions. We have also set up and are making isolation support payments to city residents, which is a scheme recently introduced by the government and administered by local authorities. The payments are for people who are required to isolate by the National Test and Trace system, whose income is reduced as a result, in line with the specified government criteria. And now we're in lockdown 2, there are additional business grants to deliver on behalf of the government, and extraordinary efforts have been made with teams working round the clock to put arrangements in place to open the new schemes this week. We've also needed to step back up our community hub arrangements, although, as I've just mentioned, we've never stopped supporting our vulnerable residents and those finding themselves needing to isolate, and have continued the offer of help with shopping, collecting prescriptions, and a whole range of things and activities that people need day in, day out. In this lockdown, the National Shielding Advice and Clinically Extremely Vulnerable Group have changed from before, and so our teams have ensured that contact is being made and support offered to approximately 12,000 residents identified as being vulnerable this time round. And as ever, support and advice continues to be available to anyone in our communities who need it. Throughout the pandemic, the community spirit shown by our army of volunteers, by community organisations, by business owners and by individuals just being very good friends and neighbours has been extraordinary and immensely humbling. During the recent half-term holiday, it was uplifting to see human kindness in action right across the city, with a huge number of businesses offering food free for children with no questions asked. And having worked tirelessly throughout the pandemic, our army of food bank coordinators and volunteers stepped up yet again to try and ensure no child or family went hungry. The final piece of the jigsaw was local people's overwhelming generosity and selflessness through the donations of money, food, and essential items. So I wanted to take this opportunity to say an enormous thank you to absolutely everyone providing this incredible community and neighbourly support in a whole range of ways. In these very challenging times, each and every one a true hero. And it seems we must keep it going, potentially for a while longer, whilst as a country we get through the second wave of the pandemic and whatever government measures follow the national lockdown. There is no doubt about it. The impacts are many and there will be more disruption and challenges to come. So there are two key things we are focused on as a council, working with our fellow councils across the North East. The first is about keeping up the dialogue and messaging with the government around resources. Whilst we have welcomed the Chancellor's interventions and measures throughout, we were grateful for their support on introducing the North East restrictions to try and get ahead of the second wave. We continued to knock on their door about sticking to the promises to do whatever it takes to support councils, to support their communities and deal with the virus. Mr. Mayor, this means passporting enough funding and powers to enable us to keep on navigating the response phase and to ensure we emerge from lockdown into whatever tiers of local or regional restriction we may be in, and again navigate that phase successfully, both in managing and getting the virus under control and in helping the region get back to some form of normality. Our second key task is planning for and delivering a robust recovery from COVID-19. And as you will no doubt have seen over the past month, we are well on course in Sunderland to do just that, being named the Smart City of the Year for our digital vision and for all the benefits that will generate for our residents and businesses. Launching the detailed master plan for Riverside Sunderland to create new jobs, homes and cultural opportunities, and continuing apace with the growth and development of our transport and economic infrastructure, including our strategic transport corridor phase 3 and a range of exciting job creating employment sites. This all bodes incredibly well for our city's future and that of our residents, and we will continue to work tirelessly to realise our vision and ambitions for Sunderland to become a connected international city, providing opportunities for all. But to get there, we must see off the worst stages of this pandemic, and that means all continuing to do our bit and working together. I have been very proud of how the vast majority of Sunderland people have followed the rules and guidance in very different and difficult circumstances for what has now been almost the whole of 2020. It has not been easy and people are tired of it, I know that. But now is not the time to give up and risk throwing away all the efforts and sacrifices people have made. And for the small minority who haven't been doing their bit, now is definitely the time to start. Please think of others and think of yourself. There is a chink of light, it appears, with the recent vaccine breakthroughs, but this will not be a magic, silver bullet or overnight solution. And we will need to continue to act responsibly, be safe, look after our own health, and be considerate of everyone around us for some time to come. Infection rates are currently going in a direction that causes concern for our region and much of the country. So we must continue to fight this virus and aim not to emerge from the national lockdown in the 2nd of December into the highest potential tiers of local or regional restrictions. We need to keep our children learning in schools, get our businesses back open, and work towards families and friends being in some way reunited. Right now, we are in the midst of the winter virus season, which every year puts a strain on health services. So we must make every possible effort, each and every one of us across the city, to prevent COVID-19 spiraling out of control, bringing more misery and suffering to people and risking overwhelming the NHS and our care sector. So with that, I'll end with the continued pledge that as a council, we will continue to work hard to ensure our residents have all the advice and support they need to do the right thing, follow the rules, keep themselves and everyone around them safe, and we will come through this together as the City of Sunderland. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Howe, can I ask you to turn your video off, please? If any members wish to speak, please indicate using the raised hand function in the first instance. I will then ask if anyone else who wishes to speak, so any members who do not have the raised hands facility could switch on their camera and mic and indicate accordingly. So firstly, can any members who wish to speak indicate via the raised hand function, please?
Councillor Hodson. Just Councillor Hodson, Mr. Mayor.
Right. Is there anyone else who hasn't been able to use the raised hand function and wishes to speak? If so, please switch on your camera and mic and indicate accordingly. Councillor Hodson.
Thank you, Mayor of Sunderland. Thanks, Leader, for the update. And obviously, I and my group echo your thanks to key workers who've been doing a really important job throughout both lockdowns. I had a specific question. Given that we're sort of 2 weeks away from going out of the national lockdown into the regional tiered lockdowns again, how will the decision be taken as to what tier Sunderland goes into, and when will we know? Because obviously for businesses and residents, having a bit of prior notice will be really valuable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hodson. Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The government will make that decision, Councillor Hodson. I would like to think they'll give us plenty of notice regarding that decision, because I agree with your concern. But given their past behaviour on how they tell local authority areas what's happening to them, this might not happen until very late in the day, very, very close to the 2nd of December. But whereas in the past, as the 7 the 7 local authorities in the North East, being able to discuss this with ministers and civil servants, I believe this time round, the government will determine which tier every area is going into, and there will be no debate about it.
Thank you, Leader. Can we note the update from the Leader?
Agreed.
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 Agreed. Agreed. Agreed. Agreed.
Okay, thank you. Before we move on to the next item, Councillor Louise Farthing, I've seen you have a declarations of interest in relating to the Sunderland College.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm a member of the board of the Sunderland College, so it's the item in the cabinet that's reporting to council. I have to exit the meeting, and any other references to that in the papers I will exit for.
And also, I note we have apologies for Councillor McClellan as well. So can we have those noted, please? The next item is item 7, the citywide approach to carbon reduction. I would like to invite the Deputy Leader to present an update to Council on the citywide approach to carbon reduction. Deputy Leader.
Right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm pleased to update members regarding ongoing progress being made in relation to the city's goal of becoming carbon neutral by 2030 and reducing our carbon emissions. The citywide 2030 Shadow Board met in September to discuss the low carbon framework and action plan. Following this meeting, all partners were given the opportunity to review the documents and share comments to be included. An overview of the framework and action plan was also shared with the Council's Economic Prosperity Scrutiny Committee at its meeting in November for consideration and comments. We are now in the final stages of finalising the documents before they are presented to the Shadow Board for their endorsement in early December. Following this, the low carbon framework will be presented to the City's Partnership Board at its meeting in December for consideration and adoption before coming to Cabinet in January. All partners of the 2030 Shadow Board are currently preparing their own action plans, which will set out what actions they intend to take to meet the strategic priorities within the low carbon framework. The Council's 2030 Task Group continues to work on initiatives to drive forward carbon reduction and to achieve the strategic priorities of the draft low carbon framework. Examples of recent work include submitting a bid with Gen2 for the Decarbonisation Fund, which, if successful, could see £1.4 million of investment in existing housing properties, working with partners on the potential submission for the Green Homes Grant Local Authority Delivery Programme, preparing the draft allocations and designation plan, which will be presented to Cabinet in December prior to public consultation, and which includes policies to protect our natural environment, deliver renewable energy and protect sustainable transport routes for metro extensions. Drafting new car parking standards for the city, which will be presented to Cabinet in December, again prior to public consultation, which will seek to reduce the parking requirements for accessible locations. Work is also ongoing to convert all lighting within parks to LED. Work is continuing on surveying operational buildings and car parks to identify opportunities for solar PV installations where those are appropriate. 2 European-funded energy efficiency projects for small and medium-sized companies have continued to progress, including the Sunderland Breeze SME Energy Efficiency Programme, as well as the Best Regional SME Energy Efficiency Programme, both of which, if you recall, I provided more detailed information at the last council meeting. The council also launched EcoFlex to Sunderland residents in October. This programme is to deliver energy efficiency measures in low-income households in Sunderland. I hope this provides a brief update on the work that is ongoing with the council and with our partners, and we will continue to provide updates to the council as appropriate going forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Leader. Can we note the update from by the Deputy Leader?
Agreed.
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 Okay, the next item, item 8, reception of petitions. Do any members have any petitions to represent?
Councillor Doyle, Councillor Crosby, Councillor Haswell.
Thank you, William. Councillor Doyle, would you like to present your petition, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have 2 petitions to present, please. The first is from the residents of Seaburn and reads, "We, the undersigned, call on Sunderland Council to consult with local residents regarding the installation of double yellow lines and a community parking management scheme on Seafields and the Royal Streets." And the second petition is from the residents of Atkinson Road and the surrounding streets and reads, "We, the undersigned, call on Sunderland Council to consult with local residents regarding the reduction of speed limits and implementation of other traffic calming measures on Atkinson Road and the surrounding streets." Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Can you take your hand down if you're finished, please? Councillor Crosby?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to present a petition on behalf of residents in Thorney Close regarding street cleaning. The petition reads, "We, the undersigned, call on Sunderland City Council to clean and sweep pavements, paths and alleyways across Thorney Close more often." Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Crosby. Councillor Haswell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to present a petition on behalf of residents of Havelock Court, Havelock House and Dovecot Meadow. It reads, I, we the undersigned, call on Sunderland City Council to install a crossing island between the dropped curbs on Fordfield Road between the junctions with Havelock Court and Dovecote Meadow. And a second petition on behalf of residents in Pallion and Ford. And it says, as a community, we're demanding that Sunderland City Council take steps to address speeding on Westmoor and Midmoor Road and consider installing chicanes or other traffic calming measures. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Haswell. Can we agree to refer these to the appropriate chief officer?
Agreed.
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 Thank you, everyone. The next item is written questions to members of the public. I will now read out the questions we have received. The first question is a question from Sean Laws, a resident of Sunderland, who submitted the following question to put on the council meeting on the 18th of November. Could the leader please advise what plans are in place following the budget for future investment in both services and infrastructure in Washington? Leader?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'd like to thank Mr. Laws for prior notice of his question. The council does not set its overall revenue and capital budgets on a geographical basis, as many of our services cover the whole city. This includes key activities such as education, the environment, regeneration and social care. However, some specific revenue and capital projects that are benefiting the Washington area this financial year include a neighbourhood fund allocation of $449,000, a community chest allocation of $50,000, a neighbourhood investment plan capital funding of $500,000 for the Washington area. We currently have the Nightingale Hospital, which is actually our International Innovation Centre when it reverts back to that, when we finally get through this COVID crisis, which was £18 million. The International Advanced Manufacturing Park, which is a nationally important regeneration site in England, with a budget of £102 million for its development for jobs and everything that comes with jobs, which will benefit Washington enormously. The recently opened Washington Football Hub, which was £5 million, but has given us a state-of-the-art facility with 3 4G all-weather football pitches, a grass pitch and an all-weather rugby pitch for Washington Rugby Club, who before that were without a home. We're investing $700,000 into the 1231 bridge maintenance works, which runs through Washington. And we've just recently had the notification that Legal and General are investing over £60 million into the Hillthorne Business Park site, which, as I'm sure members will remember, was the site of the proposed gasification plant, which we stood against and refused with our residents to say we're not having it. And we're now looking at a much better investment on that site, where we're looking to have 9 buildings come forward, 650,000 square feet of employment space, which should generate around about 1,600 jobs. So that is our current investment in Washington, Mr. Laws. Thank you for the question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. The next question is from Callum Pringle, who's a resident of Sunderland, and has asked the following question to be put to council meeting on the 18th of November 2020. When will Sunderland residents be able to apply for the NHS test and trace support payment that the government has made available from the 28th of September? Deputy Leader, I believe you were answering this one.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and can I thank Callum for the question. In late September, the government announced funding to provide support payments for some residents who have been told to stay at home and self-isolate by the NHS test and trace, either because they have tested positive for coronavirus or have recently been in close contact with somebody who has tested positive. Whilst this scheme is being administered by the local authorities, national rules were put in place for the main scheme. In line with the government's rules, the scheme applies to eligible claimants who have been told to stay at home and self-isolate by the NHS test and traced or no after the 28th of September. The government requested local authorities have arrangements in place to administer payments by the 12th of October. The scheme went live on the 12th of October in Sunderland, and the latest position is as follows: that over 200 payments have been made that meet the government's criteria. Almost 500 claims have been rejected because they do not meet the government's criteria, and currently there's around about 400 claims that are currently being processed. Full details of the scheme are included on the council's website. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Leader. The next question is from Katie Waters, who's also a resident of Sunderland, who's asked her question to put to the council meeting on the 18th of November 2020. I noticed that there's some speed bumps removed from Church Road alongside the play park on the way to the primary school on the corner of Lowdowns Road. And I wonder if they're putting down or if they're putting them back, as it is now encouraging drivers to speed along the road. They're also not paying attention to the giveaway signs, and I'm absolutely sick of dangerous drivers along the road and Lowdowns Road. Cars, quads and motorbikes. All it takes is a child to run across the road. Leader, I believe you were responding to this one.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And once again, I'd like to thank Katie for prior knowledge of the question. The speed bumps were removed as part of this year's road resurfacing scheme. It needed to be done, and we are planning to reinstall them in the February school break. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. The next question is asked by Jimmy Warren, resident of Sunderland, who's asked this question to be submitted to the council meeting on the 18th of November 2020. Can the leader update us on the progress of the installations of signs making drivers aware of their speed as they approach 20-mile-an-hour zones? I ask this as I would like to see them erected first time around schools. Leader?
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor, and thanks very much, Mr. Warren, for the question. All 20-mile-an-hour zones in the city are signed in accordance with the guidance provided by the Department for Transport in its publication setting local speed limits. This requires the introduction of 20-mile-per-hour terminal signs and 20-mile-per-hour roundel road markings. There are currently no plans to introduce additional signing to all of the 20-mile-an-hour zones in the city in the form of vehicle-actuated signs. These types of signs would further indicate to motorists that they are approaching a 20-mile-per-hour zone. However, these VAS, as they're called, are generally sited at locations where there is evidence of excessive speeding and areas where there is a history of accident occurrence. I can confirm, however, that the council is in the process of purchasing an additional 30 vehicle-actuated signs, which should be arriving towards the end of this calendar year, to be distributed across the city at sites recommended by ward members and their communities. Some of these will be on the approaches to 20-mile-per-hour school zones. It is hoped that this new rotating programme of vehicle-actuated signs implementation will facilitate their use at some 120 new sites, helping to encourage a downward trend in vehicle speeds and around schools, keep parents and their children safe. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. The next question is from Alison Smith. Could the Leader of the Council inform the parents and local residents if he supports the efforts of Marcus Rashford in campaigning for funding of meals for the poor and vulnerable children during school holidays, in face of Tory parliamentary contempt? Could he also inform us of the support provided during the recent half-term school holiday? Councillor Farthing, I believe you are answering this one.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I thank Alison Smith for the question. And I can confirm that I, with my colleagues, fully support all actions which seek to improve the position of our most vulnerable residents. This includes the campaigning by Marcus Rashford, and I'm delighted that it's been successful in ensuring support is available to address the real difficulties many of our families face in the school holidays. And it's quite worrying, Mr. Mayor, that it's taken a footballer to actually change the government's mind on this topic. As a Sunderland community, there was a most fantastic response to the October half term, and this response includes our residents, our voluntary sector, our businesses and the council. The council funded and reimbursed a range of projects to distribute food to our vulnerable children and families through community and voluntary sector groups and other local services. For our part, we increased our support to the local food bank network and distributed many thousands of financial resilience packs, which included a voucher for food. In the week before half term, each of the 5 area committees continue to heavily support our voluntary sector to deliver programmes during school holidays at which a meal is provided, as they fully appreciate the needs of our residents. They did this during the October half term, where activities alongside a meal were in place every day. In addition, we also asked them to increase wherever possible the number of children and families they were supporting with a meal or food and committed to fund this response. As a result of our combined activity, many thousands of meals were provided. Additionally, via Together for Children, a generous donation from a city-based company provided vouchers to the most vulnerable children and families, including those classed as children in need and young carers. The council has been focused throughout the pandemic on food poverty and has fully utilised the DEFRA grant of £387,000, as well as its own revenue funding to fund its programme of support to vulnerable families and children, including the activities I've described. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Farthing. The next question is from David Newey. Given the failure of the government to provide free school meals to the most needy children over half-term and Christmas holidays, could I please find out how the council has been helping these children and how it intends to support them over Christmas? Councillor Farthing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thank David Newey for his question. In addition to the response that I've just given to the earlier question, I can also advise that we plan to continue to support our most vulnerable children and families, particularly over the Christmas period. You will be aware that additional funding has been secured, followed by the campaign led by Marcus Rashford and supported by many millions of people across the country. The funding runs to the end of the financial year and is designed to support vulnerable children, families and individuals to cope through the winter. Subject to final guidance from the government, the council anticipates utilising the grant to find substitute provision for families eligible for free school meals through the Christmas period and February half term. I can assure you that this funding will be used directly to address support for all children in Sunderland entitled to free school meals. In addition to this, we have directed further funding at our discretion to ask our local voluntary sector partners to provide support for our most vulnerable residents and to seek to make Christmas as special as it can be. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you once again, Councillor Farthing. Next question, please. The next question is from Peter Noble, a resident of the city. It is unacceptable behaviour for a councillor to make unsubstantiated accusations on social media that an innocent member of the public is a paedophile. If such behaviour occurred, would the Labour Party look to dismiss such a councillor, or is this deemed acceptable behaviour? Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I thank Mr. Noble for the notification of the question. Councillors' behaviour is subject to a code of conduct, which applies when they are acting in the capacity of being a councillor. Should anyone consider that a councillor has breached that code of conduct, there is a formal process in place for the submission and consideration of complaints. Any complaint submitted is considered on its own particular facts and merits in accordance with those arrangements. If such behaviour had occurred, I am sure the Labour Party would no doubt investigate the matter, but only the electorate can remove a councillor from their elected position, and that happens every 4 years. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. The next question is from Richard Bradley, resident of Sunderland, who submitted the following question to be put to the council meeting on 18th of November 2020. Sunderland City Council claimed exceptional circumstances to build on Greenbelt due to the council's ambitious growth forecast. The pandemic changes all of that, and exceptional circumstances are unlikely to be met. Would the council consider pausing Greenbelt development for a year to ensure that it's still the right thing for the city to do? This only affects 7% of new builds, so it wouldn't hinder the construction industry, but it may stop the council making a mistake that future generations will regret. Councillor Atkinson, I believe you answering this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Richard Bradley for the question. The Council's core strategy and development plan amended the Green Belt and allocated sites for development. The planning inspector found that there were exceptional circumstances to do this, and consequently the core strategy and development plan defines a new Green Belt. Housing sites which were formerly in the Green Belt, known as the housing growth areas, are subject to planning permission, and the council will determine planning applications for these sites against the council's local plan. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Atkinson. The next question is from Helmut Isaacs, who's also a resident of the city. There's growing concern over the use of glyphosate. The weed killer glyphosate has been linked to cancers in humans as well as birth defects. The unintended environmental change includes degrading soil quality and reducing biodiversity. I therefore ask the council to consider bringing in a pesticide policy and pollinator strategy, such as that recently adopted by Lewes District Council, which lays out how they will move to zero pesticide use over time using alternative methods. Leader, I believe you were going to respond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I thank Helmut for prior note of his question. We are aware of concerns related to glyphosate, although it's still currently a product that is registered for permitted use. There are non-chemical methods of vegetation control available, although these are currently limited in number and also have their own disadvantages in terms of effectiveness and/or cost, although it is anticipated that this will improve over time. At present, our use of pesticides is limited to defined locations where it is currently deemed appropriate to do so, with appropriate risk assessments and safe working procedures in place. Officers are continuing to review alternative methods of weed control and associated legislation, as well as also considering how we manage our land as part of the work being undertaken linked to the climate emergency and our carbon action plan. This work will inform any future policies that we deem necessary to introduce. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you again, Leader. The next question is from Rachel Featherstone, a resident of Sunderland, who submitted the following question put to council meeting on the 18th of November 2020. Given the financial uncertainty that residents of the city are facing due to the coronavirus lockdown, will the City Council follow the lead in cities such as York and Brighton and request they will become a trial area for the universal basic income? Deputy Leader, I believe you have a response for this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think later on in the agenda tonight, we have a motion on the heartbreaking rise in child poverty in this city and the recognition that one of the key causes has been the failure of the system of financial support to families in need, most notably through the introduction of universal credit. I think, however, just to criticise the system is wrong and it's not enough. You need to have an alternative to replace it, and one such alternative is the introduction of a universal basic income that Rachel references in her question. I think to remind councillor colleagues and members of the public who might be watching, unlike universal credit, a universal basic income pays everybody above the poverty line and has no unjust waiting times and no harsh means testing criteria. Under the system of universal basic income, the need for food banks, for example, will be consigned to history. I'm sure you'll be aware, Rachel, that the Labour Party included plans to trial universal basic income in its manifesto at the last general election. And I am a passionate advocate for such a designated system of moving away from benefits into basic rights, such as a basic income. As a City Council, I can confirm that we are monitoring developments in other areas of the country and indeed other countries to see how such a system can be beneficial to the people of Sunderland. You referenced York and Brighton, who have asked to be a pilot, and there are many others, most recently Leeds City Council. And the idea has wide support, whether it be from the Labour Party, the Greens and Liberal Democrats, including myself, but sadly there appears to be no real prospect that the current government intends to trial such an alternative in the near future, though I am forever hopeful that they will have a change of heart. In the meantime, we will continue with our work to support all of our residents and businesses who need the assistance like that we can provide, especially during the current pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Leader. The final question is from Linda Wood, a resident of Sunderland, who submitted the following question to be put to council meeting on the 18th of November 2020. Does the Leader feel that the Nolan principles of public life apply to all members at all times and not only when acting in an official capacity? Leader?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'd like to thank Linda Wood for her question. As referred to in my response to an earlier question, members' behaviour is subject to a code of conduct. There is a statutory requirement for the code, when viewed as a whole, to be consistent with the 7 principles of public life, often referred to as the Nolan principles, as alluded to by Linda's question. In accordance with the statutory provisions, the code only applies to members when they are acting as councillors, i.e. when acting in their official capacity. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. That's all of the public questions for council. We're now going to move on to item 10, which is the report of the Cabinet. I now call upon the Leader to move the approval and adoption of the report of the Cabinet and supplementary report.
Thank
Leader?
you, Mr. Mayor. I so move.
Deputy Leader, do you second the reports? Deputy Leader, do you second the reports?
I thought I had. I'll try again.
Sorry, I didn't hear anything.
Sorry about that, Mr. Mayor. I second the report and reserve the right to speak. Thank you.
Leader, would you like to speak to the Cabinet report?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The Cabinet report is 3 items: the honorary freedom of the city, the capital programme second review 2020-2021, including our treasury management, and the Licensing Act 2003 approval of the Council's statement of licensing policy. I only wish to touch on the honorary freedom of the city, Mr. Mayor, within those 3 areas. The honorary freedom of the city, colleagues, is a report that proposes that the Sunderland Association Football Club 1973 FA Cup winning team is given the honour of the freedom of the city. In 1974, the club itself was given the honour, along with team manager Bob Stokoe. And then latterly in 2016, goalkeeper Jimmy Montgomery also received the freedom of the city. The report proposes that the remaining team members are now nominated for this honour. The players listed are those chosen to represent the club in the final against Leeds United. However, earlier today, I had a long conversation with Councillor Michael Dixon, who was suggesting that we also take into consideration the players who were squad players in that cup run during 1972-1973, and that we should give them a group honorary freedom, which would be accepted by one of their number. Those 7 players are Jackie Ashurst, Joe Bolton, John Latham, Mick McGivern, John Tones, Keith Coleman and Brian Chambers, who was the substitute on the cup final day itself. I think that's a sensible adjustment to what is currently in the papers, and would like to think that full council will support that. And I know that Councillor Dixon will speak on this once I've given my commentary. Their achievement counts as one of the biggest shocks in the history of the competition, and with the exception of achieving promotion by winning the league at the second tier of English football, this triumph remains the last significant trophy that Sunderland AFC has won. This only serves to highlight the magnitude of the achievement of the nominees. To be able to formally recognise the achievement of the players that brought the FA Cup back to Sunderland in 1973 would be an honour for so many people. The enduring pride and respect that the people of Sunderland hold for the team is a testament to everything that they have done and continue to do for this city. So I therefore commend to Council the proposal to confer the freedom on the city on those hugely deserving individuals who were the team who played in the final who haven't already received it, and to ensure that the squad players, the 7 names that I've mentioned, are given a group honorary freedom, because football at the end of the day is a team game, and I think everybody that was involved in that cup run back in the day when there was only one substitute should be involved in that honour process as well. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I will leave that there.
Thank you, Leader. If any member wishes to speak, please indicate using the raised hand function and state whether you have an amendment, a comment or a question.
Councillor Dixon, Councillor Hodson.
Okay, thank you. Councillor, is anyone else who hasn't been able to use the raised hand function and wishes to speak? Councillor Dixon, would you like to proceed?
Yes, thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. Thanks very much to Graham Miller for his speech. He's more or less said everything I was going to say, actually, but I'm very grateful for his support, and obviously we'll be supporting the original proposal for the rest of the team. Yeah, I mean, it was a magical roller coaster time for us that were there, and it all began in January at Nottingham when we drew with Notts County, and that led us to Wembley. There were 8 matches, and in 7 of those, the players that Graham listed were either playing or, as he said, substituting. There was only one substitute in those days. What attracted me to this idea was the fact that these lads were all products of our youth system at the time. That really ran through the whole of the 60s. I mean, we won the FA Youth Cup a couple of times. And all of these would be a group of probably friends. 6 of the players who were on the field at Wembley were part of the youth product, the youth system as well. And the 7 that Graham named, Jackie Ashurst is Scottish, but the other 6 were all local lads, born in Sunderland, Washington, Berkeley, and Newcastle upon Tyne, and were aged between 18 and 23. And as Graham has mentioned, this is an idea as a collective award rather than for each and every person. I think the recognition hasn't been brilliant over the years. It's understandable because in those days there weren't the squads that you've got now. But I think this is an opportunity for us to, if not put that right, at least show our appreciation for what these lads did, all local lads, all young local footballers, with the exception of Jackie, but he was here since a young boy too. I passed this through my 2 footballing colleagues, Councillor McDonough and Councillor Peter Wood. They thought it was a decent idea. I've got a friend who used to play for Sunderland a bit before the cup final, he liked the idea, and I've got another friend who was at all 9 matches, and bless him, has had a season ticket with Sunderland since 1961, every season. I think we perhaps could look at him as getting the Freedom of the City Award for next year. But they all thought it was a good idea, very, very positive about it. They're all football people. And having spoken to Graham Miller this morning at length, he's a football person as well, and he could see the merit in it. So I would ask for your support. Actually, just to conclude, I've had a lot of help from Rob Mason, who's the Sunderland Football Club historian, and he's made the necessary phone calls to ensure that I know that at least one of their number will be there at the ceremony, because I had to make that sure that I could report that to you. And Rob told me that this player said he'd be absolutely delighted to be there. So if you can support this tonight, we could take it forward. And thank you very much for your support, I hope, and to Councillor Miller for his good words. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you, Mayor Sunderland. I'd like to move a reference back to Cabinet on item 1, the honorary freedom of the city, please.
Yes, please.
I believe my colleague Andrew Wood will second that.
I second that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hodgson, would you like to speak?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sunderland. I am happy, of course, and as is my group and its members, to celebrate the cup-winning 1973 squad. However, we are concerned about the timing of this and the cost of this. This isn't a significant anniversary. It's not yet 50 years. The cost was estimated in the report at being £35,000. It would presumably be somewhat higher than that if these additional players are covered. And we are concerned that the fact that we're currently in a pandemic, this is probably not the best use of our time and resources at the moment, and might reflect quite badly on both the squad and the council that this money is being spent in this way. So we'd like the Cabinet to go back on this issue and maybe bring it to council at a more appropriate time. And I think my colleague Andrew Wood might say more on that, Mayor.
Am I right to speak, Mr. Mayor?
Please, can you speak, Councillor Wood?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am in agreement with Niall. I admire Councillor Michael Dixon's knowledge and depth of the history. I was but a young lad at the time. I'm also really pleased to hear the support that the council leadership has for Marcus Rashford in his work recently on highlighting child poverty and ensuring that at this difficult time, people are being catered for. I am sure that at least one person has been proud to finally be honoured after 47 years for their role. I am unsure that they are aware of the full cost. I would think, as many other footballers think at the moment, that is a large sum of money to be spending right here, right now. And that what we should do is put it back, reassess how much money this is going to cost, reassess how that is funded before we celebrate the victory of 1973. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wood. Does anyone else wish to speak to the reference back? No? Councillor Paul Stewart?
Thanks, Chair. Could I oppose the reference back, please? You don't mind, Chair?
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I'm really quite shocked in relation to the proposal that's been put forward. To somehow suggest that we just kick the tin can down the alleyway here with regards to celebrating one of the rare examples of, to be fair, of our football team being successful. And I think every single individual that's been referenced needs to be given the recognition that they deserve. And I really am quite shocked, and to somehow suggest that somehow the council's budget is going to improve miraculously, that this will, in their own eyes, become affordable later down the line is just pie in the sky. Let's remind ourselves, this is a party who, with the Tories, has taken £350 million a year annually out of our budget, and they're concerned about...
Mr. Mayor, what's this got to do with the reference back?
You're referring the reference back because of the cost. I'm quite clearly stating the fact that the cost in relation to the overall budget is worthwhile for us to continue with this. Therefore, I'm rejecting and asking everybody else to reject the
Point of order, Mayor of Sunderland, Niall Hodson speaking.
Yes, Councillor Hodson.
Yeah, well, it's on. I think you call it a point of personal explanation. Actually, when you think somebody's misunderstood your words, Paul Stewart seems to be suggesting that the council is not going to be in a financially flush state in any time soon, and in fact that it's under quite a lot of financial pressure at the moment as a result of the financial situation the country's been in for the past 10 years. I agree with him, and that's why I don't understand how we've got £35,000 minimum, if not more, to spend on a ceremony which, you know, has no immediate requirement at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hodson. Councillor Stewart, can you just finish up, and then I want to take some advice from...
I will just reply by the fact, if we take that attitude, then there'll be no fun in life in this city. There'll be no air shows, no nothing. If we took that particular attitude, and it's the wrong attitude to take, Mr. Mayor, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, can you just give me a moment? I'm going to take some advice. Thank you. Leader, you have the right of reply to the reference back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I too will ask members of this chamber to say no to the request for the reference back. This group of individuals are not getting any younger. They should have had this honour bestowed upon them, in my view, many, many years ago. I felt it was important that Sunderland gets to see that the squad has that honour, whilst the majority of them are alive and can enjoy the occasion with their families. Because unfortunately, Ian Porterfield has passed away, you know, as have others. So I think it's important that we get the honour through the system. It's not going to happen next month. But what we must do is pass this through council so that council has agreed that it will honour the squad at a date and time which COVID will allow. And I'm absolutely certain, Councillor Hodson, that will not be any time soon, because this is an event that will obviously want the players and their families to be in attendance with councillors and other guests. But we must acknowledge it at council tonight. So I would like Councillor Hodson and Councillor Wood to withdraw the reference back, because I think it's important that Sunderland gets to have a moment of happiness about a decision that's been taken, which is not a political issue. This is about rewarding a group of players who made the city feel incredibly special in 1973, and that has continued right the way through to the present day because of the result that was received again, that they achieved against dirty Leeds United. So I would like you to withdraw your reference back. If we get the decision done, the honour is in the system. The players know that is coming, and we get to sometime next year, hopefully, but I don't know when COVID-19 allows us to get back to holding meetings where we can have the Civic Centre chamber full of people. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. But my advice to colleagues is to vote down the reference back if it's not withdrawn, and to go ahead in support of the Cabinet report. Thank you.
Councillor Hodson, do you wish to withdraw the reference back or?
No, I'm quite happy for the reference back to go forward, Mayor of Sunderland. I was slightly confused just there by something that the leader said. Did he not earlier say that the whole club was granted the freedom of the borough in 1974?
Leader, could you clarify the situation?
The club was granted the freedom in 1974, but not the players. And that was why we had to come forward and I wasn't here in 1974, Councillor Hodson. Please don't ask any more questions about what was done in 1974. Even I was at school then. But apparently an honour was given to Bob Stokoe as the manager and the football club as I assume that would have been the directors, right? Not the players. And it was the players that won it. And that's why we need to honour the squad now. So have a think, please consider withdrawing your reference back. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Hodson, is your position still the same?
Yes, I think so, Mayor of Sunderland. I think it's
okay.
The leader who's answered the question there that it's quite clear this honour has basically already been made to the club, which is the players and the staff. And I don't understand why we can just justify the financial cost in 2020.
Okay.
So I'd like to go forward with the reference back, please.
Okay. Councillor Dixon, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, just a moment to speak, if you don't mind.
No, that's fine.
Mr. Mayor, I'm absolutely amazed at this decision by the Liberal Democrat group. I think it's one of the most callous that I can really remember in terms of something to do with a civic matter. And it certainly takes the gloss off it tonight when we should be celebrating. 7 years earlier, in 1966, we won the World Cup. England won the World Cup. There are 3 players, to the best of my knowledge, who are still alive from that 66 World Cup. And for anyone who knows anything about dementia, about football, I beg your pardon, dementia has been an issue which has been affecting a lot of the footballers from that era. And we saw Nobby Stiles dying a week or so back, and his family bringing that up. Now, I don't want to go down the route of the health of the present squad, of the 12, but I think that is something that we need to take into account, that time is marching on. And I just find it incredible that the Liberals could use this opportunity, this excellent sort of award that we're coming together to celebrate, to reference it back, and I'm extremely disappointed. But you insist on doing it, but I just find it an incredible decision and very, very disappointing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. I think at this point we need to have an electronic vote on the reference back. Could we have that arranged, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the officers will be making that available. The officers will make that available, Mr. Mayor, so members should be able to vote from now. Perhaps if the governance officers could confirm that, please.
Mr. Mayor, yes, I've turned the voting on, so it should be working.
Okay. Could you please vote?
Mr. Mayor, can we have clarification of what the vote actually is, please?
It's a vote on whether the reference back is going to be accepted or not.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to have to vote by hand. I cannot find the link on the screen in front of me.
Okay.
Yes.
Is anybody else experiencing difficulties?
Mr. Mayor, I can't see the link either.
Yeah, neither can I, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, can we just give us a couple of minutes to see whether we can get this set up and have a chat with governance to see if we can do something about that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, can I just confirm it's vote 1 and I just need to refresh and then I'll be able to see it?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, can we clarify that it is vote 1, Mr. Mayor, and governance services, just to be sure that everyone's doing the correct vote?
Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Taylor. I can't see any votes on my screen.
Right, we're trying to rectify that, Councillor Taylor, at the moment.
Thank you.
If you just give us a minute and then we'll clarify the situation once it's done.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, at the meeting earlier, they didn't have guidance for councillors who were accessing on Android devices.
Right.
It looks like me and Councillor Greener will have to vote verbally.
Right. We'll make sure that's agreed once the electronic vote's done. We'll ask if anybody else needs to vote.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Francis. Could somebody remind me what the icon is that I'm looking for, please?
We'll clarify that situation once we get it all sorted out.
Thank you very much.
You'll just have to bear with us at this moment. We're trying to rectify the vote. Yeah. I don't know whether.
Mr. Mayor, I understand that 32 members have managed to vote electronically. Perhaps those that haven't, if they could raise their hand, and then I'll call their name, and if they could please give their vote. We'll make a note of that and calculate the totals. So first of all, perhaps can all members who have been trying to vote electronically, can they stop now, please? And then please could I have the vote of the leader, Councillor Miller?
Against, no to the reference back.
Thank you. Councillor Blackett?
Against the reference back.
Sorry, what was that, Councillor Blackett? I didn't hear.
Against.
Against, thank you. Councillor Taylor?
No to the reference back. Against.
Thank you. Councillor Lawson?
Against the reference back.
Thank you. Councillor Francis?
I am against the reference back.
Thank you. Councillor Elizabeth Gibson?
Against the reference back.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Gibson?
Against the reference back.
Thank you. Councillor Thornton?
Against the reference back.
Thank you. Councillor Blackburn. Councillor Blackburn, could we have your vote, please?
I voted electronically, I hope.
All right, thank you. We thought you had your yes, you've got your hand raised, Councillor Blackburn. That's fine.
Have I?
Yes.
I'll make sure I take it down.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Against the reference back.
Thank you. Councillor O'Brien.
For the reference back.
Thank you. Councillor Watson.
Against the reference back.
Thank you. Councillor D. Wilson.
Against the reference back.
Thank you. Councillor Harry Truman.
Against the reference back.
Thank you. Councillor Greener.
Against the reference back.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Against the reference back.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor M. Dixon.
Against the reference back, Elaine. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Spedding.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor D. McKnight.
Against.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Jenkins.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Hunt.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Karen Wood.
Against the reference back.
Thank you. Councillor P. Smith.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Jenkins.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Buick.
Against, but I just want to make sure I voted on vote number 1. I don't know if that was the same vote. Thank you.
Right, thank you. The vote was vote number 1. So do you believe you've already voted electronically?
Yes, I do.
Yes, right. That's fine. And Councillor Heron.
Against.
Thank you. Are there any other members who haven't been able to give their vote yet? I can't see any more hands.
Councillor Foster.
Councillor Ledbetter.
Councillor
Ledbetter.
Could I take Councillor Foster first, please?
Against, Elaine, please.
Against, thank you. And Councillor Ledbetter?
Against.
Thank you.
Councillor Howe.
And Councillor Howe?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor McLennan?
She submitted apologies earlier.
I think Councillor McLennan may actually be in the meeting now.
Against.
Against.
Intermittent Wi-Fi down in South Hilton, I'm afraid. Against.
Thank you. Have all members now been able to vote? In that case, could the governance officer calculate the totals, please, of the verbal votes along with the electronic vote, please?
Mr. Mayor, we've had 7 votes for, 57 votes against, and 1 abstention.
Sorry, can you repeat that, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, it's 7 votes for, 57 votes against, and 1 abstention.
Okay. Thank you. We'll now move back to the original report. Deputy Leader, you're reserved the right to speak. Do you wish to speak at this moment?
No, Mr. Mayor, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay. Leader, do you wish to say anything else on the matter?
I'll just concur with Councillor Dixon's very disappointed tone with our colleagues from the Liberal Democrat Party. I'm delighted that Council, with the exception of the Liberal Democrats, has seen sense and we can move forward with the Cabinet report. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and with that, do we accept the report of the Cabinet?
No,
Agreed.
take a vote on item one.
Agreed.
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 Mayor, can I propose a vote, please, electronically?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Mr. Mayor, can I propose a vote electronically on the matter?
Can you just give me a second? Before we go through an electronic vote, if we need one, would the Liberal Democrats be happy to have their vote against noted?
No.
You want an electronic vote?
Yes, please.
Okay. Right, can we have another electronic vote, please? On vote 2. Could we, governance, arrange that, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if the officer could confirm, please, when vote 2 is available.
So if everyone could just bear with us, please.
Mr. Mayor, yes, the electronic vote's up and running now, ready for people to vote.
So could members please vote, and if we have any problems, please, we'll work through it.
Mr. Mayor, can I just have clarification what we're actually voting for?
You're voting on the original report, whether to accept it or not.
Oh, okay. Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Taylor. I'm sorry, but I can't vote electronically.
Mr. Mayor, it's very frustrating, Councillor Diane Snowden here. I've got vote 1, vote 3 and vote 4, but no vote 2 showing.
I'm sorry, it's Councillor Heron here. I've got the same problem. I'll have to do a show of hand.
Okay, well, we'll
Tony,
we'll see where we get.
Are you on a computer?
Yes, mate, I'm on a laptop.
Are you in full screen mode? Get out of full screen mode and your Teams icon will come up at the bottom of the screen.
Thank you, Lee. We'll work our way through this.
No.
Mr. Mayor, we've received 38 electronic votes, so could I ask members to please stop voting using the electronic system, and we'll now take a vote from all those who haven't been able to use the system. So could all members who haven't been able to vote please raise their hands? Councillor Taylor. Councillor Taylor. Sorry.
Agree the cabinet report.
Thank
Four.
you. Thank you. Councillor D. McKnight.
Agree the report.
Thank you. Councillor E. Gibson.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson. Councillor Jackson, could we have your vote, please?
Sorry, Elaine. 4.
Thank
For the
you.
report.
Thank you. Councillor Spedding.
4.
Thank you. Councillor O'Brien.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Lawson. Councillor Lawson, can you give your vote, please? I'll come back to Councillor Lawson. Councillor Greener.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Blackett.
In favour of agreeing.
Thank you. Councillor A. Wood.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor M. Dixon. Councillor Michael Dixon, could we have your vote, please?
Sorry, Elaine. 4.
Thank you. Councillor Bob Francis.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Thornton.
4.
Thank you. Councillor D. Dixon.
Agree the report.
Thank you. Councillor D. Wilson.
Agree the report.
Thank you. Councillor Davison.
Agree.
Thank you. Councillor Watson.
Agree.
Thank you. Councillor P. Gibson.
Agree.
Thank you. Councillor D. Waller.
Elaine, I submitted mine electronically just as you said not to, so I don't know if it's gone through.
I'll see if we're able to check that, Councillor Waller, when we count the votes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Could I check, have all members now been able to vote?
I haven't,
No.
Councillor Heron.
Oh, sorry, Councillor and Councillor Lawson we had some difficulty with. Councillor Heron, are you there now? Can you give your vote?
I'll tell you what, it's been that confusing. You remind me again, Elaine, sorry about this.
It's all right. So Councillor Heron, it's whether you're voting for the Cabinet report or not.
Yes, I'm voting for the Cabinet report.
Vote for the Cabinet report. Councillor Pat Smith.
4.
Thank you. And Councillor Lawson, are you able to vote now?
Yes, I am. Apologies, I just couldn't unmute the mic before, but I'm voting for the Cabinet report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lawson. I don't see any more hands raised. Have all members now been able to vote?
Councillor
Sorry,
Ledbetter.
I haven't
called
I
my
haven't.
name out and I couldn't vote electronically
Sorry, Councillor Marshall, could I have your vote, please?
for the report.
For the report. And did I hear Councillor Ledbetter there?
That's right, for the report.
Thank you.
Councillor Howe voted for the report too.
Thank you. Any other members that haven't voted yet? No more. Thank you. If the governance officer could calculate the totals, please.
Mr Mayor, we've received 54 votes for, 7 votes against and 1 abstention.
Thank you. So I believe that's the Cabinet report accepted. We'll now move on to item 11, the Scrutiny Annual Report 2019-2020. I will now call upon Councillor Doris McKnight to move the Annual Scrutiny Report.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It gives me great pleasure.
Can you just hang on a sec?
Sorry.
Councillor McKnight. Councillor Hunt, do you second the report?
Oh, yes.
I second the report. Unfortunately, I can't get my camera to work, Mr Mayor.
Right, that'll be fine. Councillor McKnight, you can now speak to the report, please.
Okay, thanks, Mr Mayor. It gives me great pleasure to present the Annual Scrutiny Report for 2019-20. As colleagues will be aware, the report provides a brief summary of the work of each of our committees up to April 2020. This includes the overarching coordinating committee and the 3 thematic scrutiny committees covering health and wellbeing, children's services and economic prosperity. The report lays out the wide range of issues looked at by scrutiny over the year. I feel that the report highlights just what a challenging year we've had with scrutiny, and indeed the whole council as a whole. Members will be aware that our scrutiny committees have continued to meet during the COVID-19 crisis. This has allowed us to make an important contribution to the good governance of the city, as well as monitoring the impact of the virus on our local communities. In conclusion, I would like to thank all the members, officers and partners who have contributed to the work of scrutiny during the last year and look forward to their continued contribution during the current year. Thank you very much, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Hunt, do you wish to speak?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. No, I don't wish to speak. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If any member wishes to speak, please indicate using the raise hand function and state whether you have an amendment, a comment or a question.
Councillor Doyle. Councillor Hodson.
Is there anyone else who hasn't been able to use the raised hand function wishes to speak? No. Before we go any further, Councillor Peter Wood, will you just turn your video off, please? If you can, thank you. Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just 2 comments, if I may. First, I'd like to once again stress that it's the view of the Conservative group, and indeed I'm sure it's a view held by all opposition groups, that scrutiny on this council should be opposition-led. Around a third of the seats on this council are held by opposition members, and it seems only right that they be given greater control over the scrutiny process. So I'd welcome the leaders' cooperation and indeed the cooperation of Councillor McKnight in moving away from a system in which the ruling party can freely mark its own homework towards one in which the actions of the majority group are truly scrutinised. And the second comment I'd like to make relates to this council's environmental services provision and broader approach to sustainability. I have the pleasure of sitting on the Shadow Carbon Reduction Board, which is ably chaired by the leader, and we have had some debate over recent months as well concerning the work of environmental services and enforcement. The Conservative Group therefore believes that it is time to establish a dedicated Environment Scrutiny Committee to oversee, review, develop and hold to account those areas of policy that fall within the Environment Brief. So I'd like to call on the leader to consider this idea over the coming months, and I would add that the Conservatives are more than happy to engage with the Labour Group and other groups in considering both the scope and remit of this committee, and I think such a committee would demonstrate that this council takes its approach to environmental services and sustainability seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Councillor Hodson.
Thank you, Mayor of Sunderland. James Doyle has touched on something that I would like to raise as well. A number of times my group has mentioned that we are not happy at the way control of scrutiny is managed by the majority party in this council, not least because when you're looking at the scrutiny report in front of us on page 3 of the report, 137 of our documents, it makes clear that the role of scrutiny is holding the council's executive and its partners to account. Well, it would be a lot easier to do that if the chairing of scrutiny committees wasn't in the gift of the executive. You really do have a problem in Sunderland of the executive marking its own homework, which is, to use James' metaphor. This specifically came up in this past year, if you turn to page 5 of the scrutiny report, when I was on the scrutiny coordinating committee, because the Communities and Local Government Select Committee published a review of the effectiveness of overview and scrutiny committees in local authorities, and presented some guidance for local authorities. And we looked at this in the scrutiny coordinating committee when I was on it. And the report actually in front of us whitewashes that discussion, I think. The report made a number of recommendations for best practice in scrutiny, particularly when it came to political balance and how chairs should be selected. The best practice guidance was that it ought to be done by blind ballot. I requested in that scrutiny committee that would be put forward to full council. That was refused, and that isn't mentioned here. It just says that the council recognises that a number of elements detailed in the guidance were already in operation in Sunderland. Well, I would like noted, and I can't really support a report that doesn't note, that there are plenty of items in the guidance that aren't followed at Sunderland. And until we operate them, we haven't got as strong a scrutiny arrangement as we should have. Thank you, Mayor of Sunderland.
Thank you, Councillor Hodson. Councillor Mann, I did see a raised hand earlier on. Do you still want to speak on this?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do wish to speak. It's very brief. Thank you for your time. I would wish to endorse Councillor Doyle. I think that scrutiny should be proportional representation throughout. This is a democracy after all. And to endorse Councillor Hodson on the blind ballot and that this City Council is not following guidelines. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mann. Councillor, I believe Councillor Ronnie Davison wishes to speak. Is that correct? Or
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I've just taken my hand down. I didn't realise it was up.
okay. Councillor Philip Tighe.
Point of order, Mayor of Sunderland. Members were already given an opportunity to raise their hand to speak, and I don't understand why people can just chip in to speak other than a point of order because they might not like what's been said.
I don't think it's a matter of that. I think wait a minute. With using technology, I think we've got to bear with and take a bit of patience in answering questions. And sometimes members may not be able to sort of do what they want straight away. So I'm quite happy to proceed and listen to all members in fairness, because I've listened to all the groups and anybody who wishes to speak on this. Councillor Tighe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The only point I was going to make is that the executive of this council within the Labour group do not participate in any voting. As the chair of the group, I can confirm that they leave the meeting. There's no cabinet, no leadership involved at any time throughout that process. The other thing I'd just like to remind Councillor Hodson of is that it was only last year that he had to take up a position on the Children's Services Scrutiny Committee because his colleague refused to attend. So please don't give the majority group a lecture on the rights and wrongs of scrutiny when you couldn't even get your own people to turn up to that meeting. and you had to do it. The other thing is, I'm just confused by Councillor Mann's position around democracy. Democracy is quite simple. The people of this city vote the Labour group as the majority group. Therefore, we have more seats available to us. That's quite straightforward to me, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak on this?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Butler, I have my hand up.
Right, just give us a moment and we'll get to you, Councillor Butler.
Councillor Armstrong as well.
Armstrong, okay. Anybody else? Right. Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just as somebody who is a member of Health and Wellbeing Scrutiny and also a member of the ruling party, may I say I absolutely hold the executive to account, and I'm sure they will clarify that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did cheat a bit, so I did come in late, but I'd just like to back up Councillor Hodgson, Councillor Mann, and Councillor Doyle. I think I've got no doubt on an individual basis, the likes of Councillor Butler does hold them to account, but I think just the principle of proportional representation and balance would be upheld a little bit better if we had shared leadership, even if it was proportional to 2-to-1. But if you had, say, 6 committees, 2 of them should be led by the opposition. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I've got 2 names down, and we've been quite patient with this. And if I can ask you to be brief, because we have a lot of business on tonight. Councillor Mann, did you have anything else to say?
I did, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for that. I'd just like to come back to Councillor Tighe. This isn't a ruling party, Councillor Tighe. It's not a sovereignty. This is an elected council. I do understand the principles of democracy, and I hope that, as you know, I sit 2 scrutiny committees. It would be nice if the leaders who were asked the question in the first place, I think you'll be reminded by Councillor Doyle, to work together and to work together with the leader of the majority party so that there is a little more openness and a little more transparency. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor O'Brien, did you have your hand raised?
No, it was by mistake. Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. So at this point, I'm going to ask. Okay, Leader, I believe you've got your hand up. I've been informed.
I am. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I am loath to speak on a scrutiny matter since I am the epitome of the executive. However, I think we need to be aware of a couple of things, Mr. Mayor. Whether or not it's been said correctly or not, scrutiny in the council has no executive involvement. None of the members of Sunderland's executive politically sits on scrutiny. We only ever attend scrutiny when we are invited to attend and basically speak to reports that scrutiny want to talk to us about. As Councillor Butler has just alluded to, I genuinely look at scrutiny in the city and see that scrutiny as a function works very well, and it absolutely does hold this executive to account, and that can be seen in the report and the reports from previous years. As Councillor Tighe has said, at the end of the day, regardless of who's the chair of a meeting, the Labour Party councillors fill the majority of the seats in scrutiny, so that would not change the outcome if we were, as has been said terribly, because scrutiny is not meant to be political, if we were marking our own homework, that would not change just because an opposition councillor was the chair of a committee. The bottom line is that the scrutiny function in Sunderland works very well without any interference from me, Cabinet, or anybody else that sits on the executive, including area committee chairs. And I do get annoyed when people suggest that We've just gone through a process last year of removing 14 special responsibility allowances because the Conservatives were telling me that we had too many committees. And I've now got Councillor Doyle asking for more scrutiny committees because it might well benefit his group if we made those changes, which I'm disappointed with, Mr. Mayor. So I'm disappointed that we're having this debate over the annual scrutiny report, which is, in my opinion, a very good report because it is a very good report and it has shown the work that councillors across this city of all parties have done to do scrutiny properly. So I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Councillor Mann, I know you have your hand up, but I'm going to draw the line under this because you've had 2 opportunities to speak up to now. And at this point, I'm going to ask Councillor Doris McKnight if she wishes to exercise a right of reply and move on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor McKnight, Doris McKnight, would you like to exercise your right to reply, please?
I would, Mr. Mayor. Just a small statement, really. The scrutiny committees are non-political, as the leader has said. At the end of the day, the chairman is there to chair the meeting. We have people on all groups on them committees. So fairness is the only thing that we can get around. It's the fairness of everyone being able to talk through the things that come to the scrutiny meetings. And I'm just disgusted to think that they're bringing it in as it was political, because the scrutiny never has been political. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we receive and note the scrutiny annual report, please?
Can we bring it to a vote, Mr. Mayor?
I'm going to have to take some advice because obviously Councillor Ty had mentioned that he was going to ask the whole of the Labour group to come out of the meeting. So if you just bear with us, because we'll have to just see which way we can move forward on this, if I take some advice.
Silly stuff, just vote. I didn't think he did that.
I'm confused.
I think he just misheard you, Phil.
Yeah, I'm confused.
Right, okay. I might have been a bit confused with something that was said in your statement. Would members be happy to go to a vote on this?
Mr. Mayor, Councillor
Mr.
O'Brien's
Mayor.
asked for a vote, so I think we have to do a vote, unfortunately.
Right, I was just checking, leader.
Well, it is democracy, Graham.
I'll have no
absolutely.
further discussion on this, please. We're going to go to a vote. Do you understand?
Thank you.
Can governance please set the vote, please? And confirm that. If you just bear with us.
Mr. Mayor, vote 3 is live now.
Vote 3 is live, and obviously we'll pick up any problems as we go through this. If there is any.
Mr. Mayor, what we're voting for, can you repeat it, please?
We're going to either vote to accept the report or not to accept the scrutiny report.
Mr. Mayor, can you repeat which vote number it was, please?
Councillor Farthing, it's vote 3. This is vote 3.
Mr. Mayor, while the voting's going on, could I raise a point of order, please?
Can you just give me a moment, please? Go ahead, Councillor Walker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. There are certain protocols in place in council meetings, I believe. I think we're supposed to address each other as councillor and not by each other's first name. I would urge you to try to enforce that, Mr. Mayor, and ask our members that they don't call people Graham or Phil or whatever, but address them by the titles within this meeting, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, some of us have.
Councillor Walker, I would second that.
Mr. Mayor, some of us in this chamber has dispensation because of different beliefs. Now, if other councillors want to enforce and take away any right for us to address each other how we want to, that is slightly illiberal and slightly overbearing.
All I will say on this matter is where possible, could we follow what we should be doing within council and call Councillor Walker or what have you. And if it's not possible, we'll sort of bear with it, because there has been some instances within this meeting where we've bared with it. So nobody's going to get wrong for not doing that at this moment in time. Okay, we've got to use a bit of patience. Okay, and thank you, Councillor Walker. Can we now carry on with the vote?
Point of order, Mayor Sunderland.
Councillor Hodson.
Yeah, it's. Let me just, sorry, I'm working one-handed. It's Part 4, Section 1, Rule 13.13 on points of order, which does say that members, when raising a point of order, should state the rule that they think's been broken. Could Jeffrey Walker please tell me the rule that has been broken regarding using titles? Thank you.
I think you've made your point, Councillor Hodson. I think you've made your point, and I think we need to move on because we've got a lot of business to go through. So can we just get on with the vote, please?
Mr. Mayor, we've now received 46 votes. Could I ask members to please stop using the electronic system now, and we'll take all of the votes where people haven't been able to vote electronically. So first of all, Councillor Peter Gibson.
Vote for.
Thank you. Councillor Elizabeth Gibson.
For. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
For.
Thank you. Councillor D. McKnight.
For. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Blackett.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Davison.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Greener.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor M. Dixon.
Against, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Lawson.
For the report.
Thank you. Councillor Stephen Foster. Councillor Foster, could we have your vote, please?
Sorry, Elaine. For.
Thank you. Councillor O'Brien.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Thornton.
For.
Thank you. Councillor H. Truman.
For. Elaine, can I just mention something? I've gone on to the voting and I've actually got the screen up for the training session voting that was done earlier, just in case you can sort that out later.
All right. Okay, thank you. Councillor P. Smith.
For.
Thank you. Are there any other members who haven't been able to vote?
Yes, Councillor Francis.
Councillor Francis, could I have your vote?
Against.
Against.
Councillor Howe.
Councillor Howe.
Against.
Against. Did I hear Councillor Ledbetter?
Against.
Thank you.
Councillor Watson.
Councillor Watson.
For.
Thank you. Councillor McLennan.
Hello, Elaine. I'm just checking. I'm getting further and further into this system and it's behaving itself, but I'm not quite sure if I've registered a vote. I think I have, but I'm not sure. Could you check, please?
We'll see if we can check that. If
Thank you very much.
If you haven't voted, how do you vote, Councillor McLennan?
Accept the report.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Have all members now voted, please?
No, Councillor Jackson,
Yes.
and for the report, please.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Are there any other members? In that case, could the officer give us the totals, please?
Mr. Mayor, we have 44 votes for and 22 votes against.
Thank you. So the annual report is accepted. We now move on to written questions by members of the council on item 12. Can I ask Councillor Waller, could you please ask your question, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could the leader comment on the work of the council since our last council meeting and how these actions will benefit our residents within the city? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Leader.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to thank Councillor Waller for her question. Thank you for that as we draw towards the end of the most challenging year for local authorities and our partners across all sectors. I've said many times throughout the course of the past 9 months, as our teams have worked tirelessly to support the city and its residents, that it's been no small achievement to not only have responded to the impacts of the pandemic, but to have also continued with our ambitious plans for the city and to have made phenomenal progress towards the goals of creating opportunity for all. And since our last council meeting in September, I am proud and delighted to report that more fantastic progress has been made, and October in particular was a simply outstanding month for us all. There can be very few, if any, other towns and cities who have had a recent story to tell quite like Sunderland, with exceptionally good news to tell week in, week out, helping to lift the spirits and boost the resilience of residents, workers and business owners, all dealing with the second wave of COVID-19 and the ongoing restrictions we're all living within. So it's with great pleasure that I can report that Sunderland, with an eye firmly on the future and on emerging from this pandemic as a strong, inclusive and competitive city, was named the Smart City of the Year in the Digital Leaders UK Awards for 2020. From a shortlist including the likes of Belfast and Edinburgh, a public vote led to Sunderland being crowned the winner as the city with the strongest submission in terms of digital, business and social outcomes, all strongly evidenced with citizen examples. And this was by no means our only award during October, as the Beam, the first building to be built on Riverside, Sunderland, won the prestigious Commercial Workplace Award at the British Council for Offices Awards and was described by judges as the emblem of the renaissance of Sunderland and a brave and impactful project that has reset expectations and aspirations for the city. This was precisely our aim with our bold and ambitious plans for the site and the wider city centre, and it is fantastic to have received this recognition along with 2 further brilliant Institute of Civil Engineering awards. In the Robert Stevenson Awards for 2020, we won the Small Project Award for the Port of Sunderland Emergency Works and the Medium Project Award for the Northern Gateway. These awards are about celebrating and showcasing the best civil engineering work in the North East, and it is absolutely outstanding to have had our team win in 2 categories. And on the back of the Beams award-winning success, we then went on to launch the master plan for Riverside Sunderland, setting out a detailed blueprint for what has been received as one of the most exciting regeneration sites in Britain. The vision, already backed and starting to be delivered with significant private sector investment, is to create the UK's first carbon-neutral urban quarter, providing up to 10,000 jobs, 1,000 modern and sustainable homes, the site for a major life sciences and healthcare facility, and the Culture House, a state-of-the-art library, cultural space and community hub. Following the launch of the master plan, we also announced that Sunderland will embark on a 3-year programme leading up to hosting a Future Living Expo in 2023. The high-profile expo will showcase life in the new urban quarter and will draw national and international visitors into the city to see and experience the first of the stunning new neighbourhoods at Riverside Sunderland. The council's key purpose is to provide the life chances and quality of living that our residents deserve, and a really important piece of this jigsaw for me is ensuring we have a range of affordable housing options across our city. So I was delighted that again, October was the month when, after almost 20 years, the council became a social landlord once more and handed the keys to a fantastic new home to our first new tenant. Every resident should be able to have a decent home to live in, and this is just one part of our £59 million programme of affordable housing projects to be rolled out across the city over the next 5 years. I'm sure you'll all agree it's been an exciting and very successful few weeks for our city since the council last met, and my enormous thanks go to everyone who's helped make it happen. I'm sure you'll agree further that all this demonstrates that supporting and building a bright future for our residents and communities is our top priority, and that the challenges brought about by COVID-19 won't deter us in realising their and the city's huge potential, because this council, this Labour council, will deliver for its people. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. Question 2, Councillor Dominic McDonough.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, at our last meeting, the Leader of the Council revealed that the new City Hall will cost taxpayers upwards of £86.5 million, which will be paid to Legal and General in instalments. At a previous meeting, members of the Labour group stated that the new City Hall would cost us nothing at all. As this is the largest part of the £100 million investment by Legal and General, will the Leader of the Council please admit that the vast majority of the Stuttering Vaux development is actually being funded by Sunderland taxpayers, not Legal and General, and that the new City Hall will not be free?
Thank you, Councillor McDonough. Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'd like to thank Councillor McDonough for his question, and then I'd like to spend a couple of minutes gently picking it apart. Councillor McDonough, I believe, unfortunately, is clearly living in a Trumpian dystopy where misinformation, disinformation, lies and smears can make up a question. If I take the first part of the question, where I'm being accused of saying that it would cost us nothing at all. It's always good to quote part of what I said. I said it would cost us nothing at all to build, because Legal in General are supplying the capital money that will build City Hall. Now that is what I said, not what you've written, Councillor McDonough. The stuttering Vaux development, stuttering. I have to say, I don't know what you'd count as strong development and strong regeneration of the Vaux site in the Riverside, Sunderland, with the beam built, City Hall going up, the Riverside, Sunderland master plan in place showing the plans for the footbridge linking the Stadium of Light to the Vaux site, the two buildings that Legal and General are going to build next to the beam in the City Hall, the City Hospital, the Eye Infirmary coming onto the site with the Farringdon Row multi-storey car park to assist in all of that, never mind the housing that's going to go in to the site with the park. So I really would appreciate from the Conservative Party, and Councillor Mullen said that he was going to have a different type of politics with us and that he was not going to be driving to the bottom with how we would work and ask questions of each other in full council, and we'd try and work collaboratively where we can. And we've seen good examples of that earlier, but I really do not appreciate questions like this, which are just misinformation, disinformation, and outright lies. Now, the £100 of investment by Legal and General refers to the initial capital investment into Riverside, Sunderland, and not the financing costs over the life of the scheme as implied in the reference to the £86.5 million. It should also be noted that this £100 million investment is part of the Legal and General's Future Cities programme and is the minimum investment likely to be made, the minimum, by Legal and General in this city. The intention by Legal and General to regenerate Britain's towns and cities using their long-term capital is demonstrated not only in Sunderland, but in other cities such as Salford, Cardiff, Newcastle, Leeds and Manchester. As has been previously stated, the cost of building City Hall and the other two major office developments of 200,000 square feet on Riverside, currently in for planning, fall entirely to Legal and General. So the cost of building is costing the council nothing, Councillor McDonough. Nothing. Now, next time, please quote me properly. The council has agreed to lease City Hall, the annual gross rental payment under the council lease being just over 2.4 million, and the term is 35 years. The annual rent is indexed each year in line with the retail price index, but subject to the increase not being less than 1% or greater than 4%. A proportion of this gross rent will be recovered from the council's proposed tenants, so the actual net rental payable by the council will be lower. We will not be paying 86.5 million over 35 years to Legal and General. The City Hall building will revert to the council's absolute ownership upon expiration of this 35-year term. So not only do we get to use Legal and General's partnership with us to use their capital to build our buildings, and they then get a rental out of us for 35 years, which helps them pay their shareholders who are pensioners on a return, but at the end of it, we get a perfectly serviceable building that becomes the council's as a substantial financial asset. No further sums outside of this annual rental payment are payable by the council to Legal and General in respect of the City Hall or their wider investment in City Sunderland Riverside. And I really would like to see a better question from the Conservative councillors opposite, rather than them continuing to drag their tails in the mud, telling lies to the people of Sunderland. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Question 3, Councillor Margaret Crosby.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What is the cost per square metre of the new Civic Centre building, please? Thank you.
Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Crosbie for giving me notice of the question. As has been previously stated, the annual rental payment under the council's lease of the new City Hall will be just over 2.4 million, and the term is 35 years. The annual rent is indexed each year in line with the retail price index, based on the gross internal area of the development of 17,755 square metres. This equates to a rent of £137.6 per square metre, or £12.78 per square foot. And using the net internal of 13,889.98 square metres equates to a rent of £175.90 per square metre, or £16.34 per square foot. The current market rate for vacant Grade A office space in the city is evidenced in the Beam development, which is currently being marketed at £199.13 per square metre, or £18.50 per square foot. A proportion of this gross rent will be recovered from the council's proposed tenants at a commercial rate, so the actual net rent payable by the council will be lower. The City Hall building will revert to the council's absolute ownership upon expiration of the 35-year term. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next question, Councillor Stephen Buick.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, my question. It's now over 5 months since the vandalism to the Havelock statue in Mowbray Park on the 16th of June 2020, which I believe was captured on CCTV. I feel that this chamber and the residents of Sunderland deserve an update on the situation. I received an update from Northumbria Police on the 29th of September this year, stating the incident has been investigated by Northumbria Police and a file of evidence has been submitted to the CPS for consideration. The views of the victim, which is the City of Sunderland, are taken into account in reaching a decision. Whilst this process takes place, the suspects remain on bail imposed by the police. So can the council give us an update on this criminal act and confirm they are pushing for a prosecution and the recovery of the costs for the clean-up of the statue? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Buick. Deputy Leader.
Right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can confirm that the council fully supported the criminal process and that this case has now been concluded, and that the council has received £450 to cover the costs of the clean-up. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Next question, Councillor Denny Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Following the failure of the government to tackle the COVID pandemic resulting in this second national lockdown, could the leader comment on the support Sunderland City Council, our community hubs, as well as our local volunteers have been providing to our vulnerable residents during these difficult times?
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Wilson for prior notification of his question. Councillor Wilson, as I'm sure you are aware, the second lockdown was somewhat unexpected, as was the requirement for our residents who are deemed clinically extremely vulnerable to shield, all but in name. Nevertheless, in the first week of lockdown, we have called over 4,000 clinically extremely vulnerable residents to ensure they have all support needs in place. And where they have told us they need support, we have taken immediate action through our community hub network. We sent a letter to residents on the clinically extremely vulnerable list, and that is over 12,000 individuals, to reassure residents that we are there to help and encourage them to get in touch with the council should they require support. And we are following this up with a further message using the GP text service. We have funded the voluntary and community sector to support residents who require emotional support through delivery of health and wellbeing activities, food hampers, activity packs, and generally keep in touch calls. volunteers and VCS organisations working alongside the council are continuing to support residents with online shopping, collection of prescriptions, welfare and benefit advice and emotional support to reduce anxiety and social isolation. And that will continue, Councillor, for the duration of us having to deal with COVID, I believe. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader, once again. Councillor Dominic McDonough.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, could the Cabinet member explain to me and my residents how the tarmacking and destruction of a huge area of green space in my ward to build a 500-space car park fits with the council's green plan?
Councillor Atkinson. Sorry, Councillor Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since opening in the 1990s, Doxford International Business Park has developed into one of the largest and probably most successful employment sites in Sunderland and also the wider North East, and it currently employs over 7,500 people, and it's home to a number of large businesses. Officers have worked with and supported a number of large employers on Doxford International, including Barclays, EDF Energy and Nike, as well as other companies with regards to greener travel initiatives. Engagement has included workshops and Go Smarter to Work events to promote more sustainable means of travel, including walking, cycling, access to bus services, and also car sharing schemes. Despite this success, Doxford, as a centre of employment, has had a negative impact on some of the surrounding areas, with increasing numbers of employees and their ongoing reliance on the private car, resulting in office workers parking in neighbouring residential areas, causing trouble and also inconvenience to a lot of our residents. Residents, businesses and members have previously asked for proposals to help manage the situation, and this has resulted in proposals for the area incorporating rationalised on-street parking provision and the potential introduction of a community management parking scheme. It is recognised that these restrictions could create problems in other areas, and as such, a proposal to create a 500-space car park has been developed. Whilst it is acknowledged that the site proposed for the car park is currently used as green space, it is not formally designated as such within the development plan and is allocated for development. The site could also be utilised as a park and ride site for the city in the future to help manage traffic movements. The implementation of proposals for the area will be based on due process, including planning or highways, and any scheme implemented will be based on a balanced view on the responses received by stakeholders, including residents and businesses. I'd also add that this is the first time that Councillor McDonough has raised this issue with myself since I've been portfolio holder, and I am slightly disappointed. There is a sense this evening of working together and collaboration, and I would really like to extend that to Councillor McDonough. I've had no invite to a site meeting, I've had no invite to a meeting, I've had no petitions, I've had no alternative plans put forward. So really, if we are going to work collaboratively, I would extend this opportunity to Councillor McDonough to meet with myself and also my deputy to speak about this issue, to let us know what is the problem and see if we can work collaboratively together moving forward. Thank you.
Supplementary, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, carry on.
Can I go ahead, Mr. Mayor? Thank you very much indeed. And thank you there to Councillor Atkinson for that response. That's very informative. Can I, with regard to what you were saying about collaborative working, obviously residents have been very, very passionate about this. We've got a petition into the council, actually. I'm surprised you haven't seen it. But I've been talking to some businesses. Things have changed now with regard to the way we work due to the situation we're currently in, with many businesses on Doxford International actually saying that they may stay working the way we are now. With that in mind, would she be willing to meet with me to work with businesses to possibly look at alternative options rather than a 500 space car park in my ward.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Atkinson, do you want to?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I've
Yeah.
said to Councillor McDonough and also to his colleagues in other opposition parties, my door is always open. It's a virtual one at the minute, but I'm more than happy to sit down. Councillor Doyle and Councillor Dixon will, you know, explain that I don't bite. My door's always open, and I'm more than happy to speak with Councillor McDonough to see if we can, you know, work together to forge a way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Atkinson. Next question, Councillor Stephen O'Brien. Councillor O'Brien, do you want to read the question, or do you want your colleagues, or do you want me to read it for you?
I'm happy to read the question.
Okay, carry on.
Sunderland City Council prides itself on getting a very high rate of council tax collection. Given unprecedented times we live in, and in the light of the fact that joblessness are inevitable, and living on 80% of your income may for some mean a choice between paying the council tax bill or putting food on the table, will the council be adopting a more lenient more lenient collection policy? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Deputy Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and can I thank Councillor O'Brien for the prior notice of the question. The Council already has an extremely supportive and pragmatic approach to the collection of council tax. Before I set out some of the support that is available to our residents, I would though like to remind members of the importance of council tax and the reason that we have to collect this, even in these difficult times. The budget for the current financial year is based on a council tax income level of £104.9 million, which includes the additional adult social care precept. Without this income, we could not deliver the wide range of high quality services to our residents, businesses and visitors to this city. Whilst this is a large figure, we once again have the lowest Band D council tax in the region, so that the amount that our residents pay is lower than if they lived anywhere else in our neighbouring councils. Councillor O'Brien is correct. We do pride ourselves on a high long-term collection rate, one that compares favourably with the local and national comparisons and stands at around 98.5%. But that figure is calculated after a range of support measures have been put in place. To help our residents to make sure that they are paying the correct amount, for example, if they qualify for a single person discount, and where people unfortunately have financial difficulties, we work with them to provide support through our local council tax support scheme. At the start of the year, this supported over 33,000 working and pension-aged claimants. As the pandemic hit, I'm afraid that the numbers that qualify for support has increased and now stands at almost 35,000 eligible claimants. At the start of the year, 16,000 working aged people qualified for the maximum support through the scheme, meaning that they received 91.5% of financial help towards paying their bill. With the additional hardship support that has been put in place this year, we have been able to further help over 25,000 households, and many of these have seen their council tax bill reduced to zero for this financial year. Finally, where many people are struggling to pay their remaining bill, we will always work with them to find a pragmatic way to pay. It is not in our interest to take a heavy-handed approach. However, I would remind Councillor O'Brien of the importance of this income to the council and for the need for people to pay where they can. Without this income, we simply cannot deliver the range of services and support to our residents that we currently do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Supplementary, Mr. Mayor.
Carry on, Councillor O'Brien.
I just want to get clarification. If because I've had a resident come to me about this issue. If a resident is struggling with council tax and then, however, gets another, I don't know, a parking fine, for instance, will the council take a more lenient approach to prioritise those sort of financial incursions on people.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Stewart, have you got a reply to that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't think it's necessarily appropriate to determine a case-by-case basis. What I would say is that the council would look at the position of the individual as a whole in relation to how much they could afford and over what period to pay. And I think, as I've mentioned before, we would do our utmost to ensure that an individual plan can be put in place for the individual circumstances for anybody who finds themselves in that position, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Stewart. Next question, Councillor Pat Smith.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Following the recent promotion in Sunderland of Schools Meals Week, could the leader comment on the work of the school meals service in providing healthy meals to our school children? Thank you.
Councillor Farthing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I thank Councillor Smith for advance notice of the question. Throughout the National Schools Meals Week, our school meals service aimed to bring awareness to the importance of every child receiving a healthy meal and not going hungry. This message is even more important this year due to the effects of coronavirus and as it has on many residents. In recent months, many children have relied on the service provided by our school meals service, who work hard to ensure the food choices provided are nutritious. Some schools at this time require packed lunches to be provided for children to eat in classrooms. Other schools require a full hot meal service in the dining hall, and some require a combination. The school meal service has accommodated all needs and continues to provide healthy meals to pupils. I had the pleasure last week of visiting Blackfell Primary School to witness the wide range of meals available and to speak to some of the children who were actually choosing their meals or had chosen their meals for that day, and they had chosen a variety of different types of meals which all looked very appetizing. So it is a very good service, and it does meet the dietary requirements of all children that get their meals from the school meal service. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Farthing. I believe we've now reached the 30 minutes.
Mr. Mayor, can I propose an extension to question time, please?
Have you got a second to that, or?
I'll happily second that, Mayor of Sunderland. It's Niall Hudson.
Right. I think we'll have to have a vote on this.
I think you will, Mr. Mayor.
It's going to be a very long meeting, Mr. Mayor, and I will be opposing the extension. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Could we arrange a vote, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is now vote for. So if the governance officer could confirm that that's available, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that vote's live now.
Right, if everyone could just bear with us while we do this vote, and obviously anybody who isn't really able to vote, we'll sort of pick up as we go through this. So if we could just carry on, try and vote, and then we'll just get back to you.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Mayor and Governance. Can you confirm vote number, please? Thank you.
It's vote number 4, Councillor Mand.
Thank you, Officer.
Oh. Voting.
Councillor Wood, your camera is still on.
Could we stop the electronic voting now, please? And I'll take the vote from all of those members who haven't been able to use the electronic system. So firstly, Councillor E. Gibson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor P. Gibson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor D. McKnight.
Against, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor O'Brien. For, thank you. Councillor Davison.
For. I'm sorry, against.
Thank you. Councillor Watson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor M. Dixon.
For, Elaine, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Greener.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Blackett.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Lawson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor P. Smith.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Heron.
Against.
Thank
Be
you.
ready now, Pat.
Councillor Thornton.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor D. Wilson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor H. Truman.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Waller.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Howe, have you been able to vote? Councillor Howe, have you voted?
No.
What could I have your vote, please?
For.
For. Councillor Ledbetter.
For.
Thank you. Are there any other members? Oh, Councillor McLennan.
For.
Thank
Sorry, no.
you.
Against, sorry.
Against. Councillor McLennan against. Are there any other members who have been unable to vote?
Councillor
Yes,
Francis.
Councillor Marshall.
If I could take Councillor Francis first, please.
For.
For, and Councillor Marshall.
Against.
Thank you. Are there any other members who haven't voted? If not, could the governance officer give the totals now, please?
Mr. Mayor, there were 23 votes for and 43 votes against.
Okay, thank you. We'll now move on to item 13, motions on notice. Before we deal with the motions before council, members will be aware that in light of current arrangements were made for notice of motions to be given electronically and emailed to the Chief Executive rather than signed and delivered in person. Leader, would you like to move suspension of the relevant standing orders with regard to this?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move suspension of Standing Order 11.1 and 13.1 so far as they require the signing and delivering of a notice of motion to be carried out in person.
Thank you, Leader. Deputy Leader, do you second the motion?
Second the motion, Mr. Mayor.
Does council agree with suspension of the relevant standing orders?
Agreed.
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 Agreed. Agreed.
Okay, we'll move on to the first motion, notice of motion,
Agreed.
which is on the subject of addressing child poverty in Sunderland. I now call upon the portfolio holder of Learning and Skills, Councillor Farthing, to read and move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In 2002, Prime Minister Tony Blair pledged to eliminate child poverty in this country by 2020, and by 2010 this target was within reach. This council therefore deplores the fact that this target has not only been missed, but the level of poverty is now rising, and that 1 in 3 children live in avoidable poverty in Sunderland. In recognising the link between financial insecurity and child poverty, we welcome the decision of this council to take a proactive approach to reduce these life-changing experiences by targeting poverty pay in this city through its decision to become an accredited real living wage employer and promote Sunderland as a real living wage city. To adopt a community wealth building strategy that includes a range of actions to ensure more and better jobs for the residents of Sunderland, to empower local communities to take control of their own futures through ongoing involvement in the development and delivery of their own local neighbourhood plans. This council recognises that such actions will over time impact positively on the lives of our residents, and in doing so the level of child poverty will reduce, especially where other anchor institutions within the city take similar actions. However, this council also recognises that a significantly greater impact can be made over a much shorter period if central government also takes similar steps to combat child poverty through reviewing the rollout of its flagship Universal Credit Programme. We therefore call upon the council to work with other anchor institutions in the city to review how they can also impact on child poverty, such as through adoption of the real living wage and in developing their own community wealth building programmes. Work with the Prime Minister requesting that he makes a step change in combating child poverty in Sunderland by adopting the real living wage nationally as a benchmark for working to eliminate poverty pay, and recognising the impact universal credit has on increasing the level of child poverty in this city, and consider scrapping this failed experiment and introducing a more humane benefit system to remove people out of poverty. I so move. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Farthing. Deputy Leader, would you like to second the motion?
Second the motion, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Farthing, would you like to speak to the motion, please?
Yes, just find my documents, Mr. Mayor.
That's fine.
Right. This motion was planned to appear on the agenda paper in March. My concerns about child poverty in Sunderland were high then, but the limitations of COVID have exacerbated the position of those living in poverty. However, through the actions and determinations of my colleague in the Cabinet, particularly Councillor Paul Stewart, Sunderland has been accredited as a real living wage employer, so there is some light at the end of this very dismal tunnel. But there is a long journey to undertake to bring children out of poverty in Sunderland. We cannot do it alone. We need the support of national government. The Local Government Association has published its report calling on government to have a child-centred recovery, which I would recommend to all council members to read. The child poverty figures for the North East are truly shocking. The North East has the second highest rate of child poverty in the UK at 35%, behind London at 39%. The North East has seen the biggest increase in child poverty from 2014 to 2015 to 2018 to 19, rising from 26% to 35%. all 12 North East councils are included in the 20 UK local authority areas which saw the highest increases in child poverty from 2014-15 to 2018-19. Of the 20 UK parliamentary constituencies which saw the highest increases in child poverty for the same period, more than half are in the North East. For Sunderland, the figure in 2014 was 27.2%, and in 2018-19 was 36%. So in the average class of 30, that is 11 children in some living in poverty, and in some parts of the city, it is obviously much higher. These figures came from an analysis of government figures by Loughborough University. The impact of COVID has adversely affected the families behind these figures and has increased the numbers of those now facing poverty through the loss of jobs or hours. The number of children in receipt of free school meals was 9,986 in January of this year, which represents 24.2% of pupils, and in October has risen to 11,274, representing 27.2%. What are the causes of these depressing facts? The Child Poverty Act passed by the last Labour government was, which supported the target of eliminating child poverty, was abolished by the Welfare Reform Act 2006. This new act, passed by the Conservative majority government under David Cameron, did away with targets to reduce poverty, as well as the measurement of poverty based on family income. The government is now only required to report on the number of children living in workless households and education outcomes at GCSE level, as opposed to the number of living in poverty. The impact of universal credit rules cannot be underestimated. The DWP Parliamentary Select Committee reported in October of this year, and I need to advise Council that the majority of members on this committee are Conservative members. The committee report on universal credit, the wait for the first payment, finds that the current wait of at least 5 weeks causes difficulties for some households, while the existing system of advance payments for those in need can provide a valuable financial lifeline. The committee is concerned that some people are unable to afford the required repayments. The committee warns that this leaves people with a difficult choice: 5 weeks with no income or the risk of debt and hardship later. The report concludes that the introduction of a new payment equivalent to 3 weeks of the standard allowance would be a simpler way of ensuring that new claimants had the money they needed for basic living essentials. For people moving from existing benefits, DWP should make the move seamless wherever possible and pay a starter payment in other cases. Advances should still be available for people who need further support to get by, but they should be renamed new claim loans to make clear that they will need to be repaid. The DWP should also recognise that a request for a loan is a clear indication that someone is struggling and offer support as early as possible. Reflecting evidence from Sir Ian Duncan Smith, amongst others, the committee has also called for changes to the way that historic tax credit is clawed back from people when they move to universal credit, and for DWP's debt collection to follow best practice in the private sector. In addition, the committee calls on the government to make permanent the £20 a week increase in the standard universal credit allowance announced in response to the coronavirus pandemic. The chairman of the committee, the Right Honourable Stephen Timmins, said, "There is a growing body of evidence that moving to universal credit leaves many reliant on food banks, falling seriously behind with their rent and even experiencing increased levels of psychological distress. The government's response is that there is no proof that universal credit, and in particular the wait for the first payment, is the direct cause of these difficulties. So DWP needs to commission research and quickly to find out what lies behind these deeply worrying findings. Our social security system should not be leaving people without the money they need for food and heating. In the meantime, the government must face up to the fact that its current system of advance loans simply isn't working. They leave people facing the toughest of choices: go without income for at least 5 weeks, or have repayments subtracted from their future universal payments, which are already barely enough to get by on. We cannot understand why people who are already claiming benefits need to wait at least 5 weeks when they move to universal credit, especially when nothing in their lives has changed. Their move should be seamless. For people claiming benefits for the first time, or people who faced a significant change in their circumstances, the government should provide starter payments. Doing so would both cut down on the need for advance loans and ensure that nobody is forced into debt just to be able to afford to eat and keep a roof over their heads. Universal credit is a highly automated system, and this has been a real strength over the last few months, with the huge influx of new claims caused by the coronavirus pandemic. But it can also be a major weakness, leaving people without the tailored support they need, and ministers unable to make the changes they want to see. There is much the government can do without completely dismantling the universal credit system, and we hope that our proposals taken together offer practical solutions for making universal credit work for everyone who needs it. The other major contributing factor to increasing child poverty is the two-child limit. Universal credit payment may include a child element for each child in a household before the 6th of April 2017. If a child or children are born on or after the 6th of April 2017, the payment will only include a child element for them if they are the first or second born child. In July, the government published its annual statistics on the number of households affected by the two-child limit policy, which restricts support through tax credits and universal credit to the first 2 children in a family. Its reach is growing steadily over time. The new figures show that 911,000 children, that's nearly 1 million, now live in affected households. The majority, 59% of those households, contain 3 children. The Bishop of Durham, the Honourable Paul Butler, stated in the House of Lords in April 2019, 59% of families affected by the two-child limit were working, with many struggling to afford essentials. He asked, will Her Majesty's Government finally agree to review and assess the evidence that the two-child limit negatively impacts children in working families, and that lifting it is the most effective way to reduce the number of children living in poverty? None of us can foresee the future. There will be many families affected by this rule in Sunderland, and the numbers will have increased, in my view, substantially because of COVID. Families who felt secure, who never expected to claim universal credit, will be feeling the impact of this cruel restriction to what is supposed to be a supportive benefit. Why does this matter? Anne Longfield, the Children's Commission, wrote last October on United Nations Day for Poverty Eradication. We should never fail to be shocked that we are talking about child poverty when we are one of the wealthiest countries on earth. Yet as the number of children living in poverty has been steadily increasing in recent years. There are around 4 million children in the UK growing up in poverty, and those poverty rates have risen for every type of working family: lone parents, couple families, families with full and part-time employment, and families with different numbers of adults in work. This is the first time in 2 decades this has happened, and incredibly it is happening at a time, and we're talking about October 2019, when we had rising employment. She went on to say, as Children's Commissioner for England, that she met children from all sorts of backgrounds. Some of the children she met from the poorest parts of the country are doing well. Not every single child growing up in poverty is unhappy, doing badly at school, or at risk. But the evidence is clear. Poverty can make existing vulnerabilities worse. Growing up in poverty puts at risk the building blocks of a good childhood: secure relationships, a decent home, and an inspiring education. Alongside the day-to-day anxieties about finances and the strained relationships that can cause poverty can cause within families, and the missing out on the many childhood experiences other children enjoy, there are long-term consequences. The fact is, if you grow up in poverty, you have fewer opportunities to live a healthy, prosperous life. The impact of poverty is clear from an early age. Nearly half of the children who receive free school meals don't have a good level of development, and a child living in poverty is more likely to lag behind at school and to leave education with poorer qualifications. The Commissioner's Office had published research showing that 1 in 5 children are leaving education without even the most basic qualifications, and nearly 4 out of 10, 37% of children who receive free school meals leave education without a level 2 qualification. Children from more deprived areas are also more likely to go into care, and children in custody are far more likely to have been eligible for free school meals than the general population. So the consequences of failing to tackle child poverty are clear. If we accept that millions of children are growing up in poverty, we are accepting the problems that go with it: poor outcomes, poor health, poor prospects, social problems that end with costing billions to deal with. It's not just Labour councillors and Labour MPs and the Children's Commissioner who support the need to reduce child poverty. The North East Chamber of Trade recently wrote a joint letter with voluntary organisations North East and the North East Child Poverty Commission to the Treasury.
Councillor Farley, you've had 10 minutes. Can I ask you to please wind up where possible?
Move an extension, Mr. Mayor.
Second that extension, Mr. Mayor.
Do members agree?
No, can we vote on an extension, please, Mayor?
No extension.
Mr. Mayor. No
Okay.
extension, Mr. Mayor, or vote, please, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Mann.
Well, I'm sorry. I think we're going to have to go to a vote on this. If people are asking for votes, we're going to go to another vote. So
agreed, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry.
Sorry, I said agreed, Mr. Mayor. If people ask for a vote, we've got to do a vote.
Yep. Can we set the vote up, please, governance?
Mr. Mayor, vote 5's set up, ready to be used.
Okay. If members can please vote and as normal, we'll just pick up as later on if we can't vote.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Mann, can the vote be named, please? It is a numbered vote, but the question that we're voting for is not apparent in vote number 5. Are we agreeing to an extension to Councillor Farthing? It does not state this in the vote form. Thank you.
Either agreeing or not agreeing to the extension of Councillor Farthing to be able to speak further on this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, what is it? Too high, too high. Too high. Should be less. Sitting here listening to bits and pieces. Oh,
Could members please stop using the electronic voting system now? And I'll take the votes of those members who haven't been able to use the system. So first of all, Councillor Peter Gibson.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Elizabeth Gibson.
Agree.
Thank you. Councillor D. McKnight.
I don't want to talk about it, Anthony, that's awful.
There's somebody interfering in the background, I think. Agree.
Thank you. Councillor Waller.
Agree.
Thank you. Councillor Davison.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Watson.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Spedding.
Bye bye, Anthony, or you get your thumbs back.
For.
Thank you. Councillor M. Dixon.
Against, Elaine, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Heron.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Greener.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor P. Smith.
For.
Thank you. Councillor McLennan. What was that, Councillor McLennan? Sorry, there's a bit of interference on the line. Could I just have your vote again, please, Councillor McLennan?
Certainly. Can you hear that?
I can, yes.
Okay. It's for the extension.
Thank you. Councillor Thornton.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Blackett.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor H. Truman.
For.
Thank you. Councillor O'Brien.
For. I was really enjoying that speech, actually. For.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson. Councillor Jackson, could I have your vote, please?
I thought I'd already given it. For.
Oh, have you? Sorry,
Yes,
I think your hand
it's
must
all
have
right.
still been up. Apologies
All
for
right.
that.
No problem.
Councillor Lawson.
For.
Thank you. And I think I might have already taken Councillor Spedding's vote. I think your hand's still up there, Councillor Spedding. And Councillor Howe, have you voted?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Leadbitter. Councillor Leadbitter, have you been able to vote?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Francis, have you voted?
Against.
Against, thank you. Councillor Marshall. Councillor Marshall, have you been able to vote?
Sorry, Elaine. I did manage to vote electronically.
All right.
Get that out.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. So are there any members who haven't been able to give their vote? In that case, could the governance officer let us have the totals, please?
Mr. Mayor, we've had 45 votes for and 21 votes against.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Farthing, would you like to continue, please? But if you can try and be as brief as possible, it would be appreciated. Councillor Farthing.
Yes, just get my mic back on, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I'm just going to read the letter that I mentioned that the Chamber of Trade had appended their signature to, and it's addressed to the Treasury, and it's headed "The need for urgent action to address child poverty levels in the North East." We are writing from the North East England Chamber of Commerce, the Voluntary Organisation Network North East and the North East Child Poverty Commission to outline the urgent need for a plan from the government to address growing levels of poverty in the North East. If government is serious about its levelling up agenda, this requires concerted action to make sure children and young people in our region can access opportunities and have the same life chances as anyone else. The End Child Poverty Coalition has published research showing that the North East has seen the UK's largest increase in child poverty over the last 4 years, from 26% to 35%. This is a shocking level, which is likely to rise even further due to the economic impact of COVID, as the region now finds itself with the highest unemployment rate, the lowest employment rate, and the lowest average hours worked of all British regions. Those in lower paid and less secure employment have been more affected by the crisis than those in more secure forms of employment. Without urgent government action, even more children in the North East will face growing up in poverty, whilst hardship for those already living below the poverty line will increase. Children from low-income families are more likely to experience worse physical and mental health, do less well in school, and have fewer opportunities in the future. The Marmot Review has demonstrated the link between deprivation, poor health outcomes, and life expectancy, and highlighted that for both men and women, the largest decreases in life expectancy were seen in the most deprived 10% of neighbourhoods in the North East. It is clear that if we are to address issues faced by businesses such as the skills gap and the economic impact of long-term health problems in the region, we need a comprehensive government plan to tackle the issue of child poverty. As part of this, the North East Child Poverty Commission has set out a number of pressing recommendations for government, including uprating of housing assistance in line with inflation, retaining the £20 uplift in universal credit past April 2021, and extending free school meals to all families in receipt of universal credit and those with no recourse to public funds. If the government is serious about the levelling up agenda for regions like the North East, we need to see both urgent and ongoing action to tackle child poverty and protect the most disadvantaged in society from the immediate and longer term economic impacts of COVID. Children in the North East need to have access to the same opportunities and life chances as children elsewhere in the UK. Otherwise, levelling up has failed. And this letter was signed by James Ransbottom, the North East Chamber of Commerce, Jane Streether from the Child East North East Property Commission, and Carol Bottom from the Chief Executive of Voluntary Organisations North East. And I couldn't agree more with the sentiments of this letter. Sunderland Council has taken action, but we cannot do this alone. We need the government to take on its moral and promised duty to initiate the levelling up agenda. And I thank my colleagues and Councillor O'Brien for his support, and I so move the motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Deputy Leader, thank you. Deputy Leader, I didn't hear you reserve the right to speak. Do you wish to speak now?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Carry on.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Farling has set out, I think, quite a shocking position in Sunderland and the North East of the increase in levels of child poverty since 2010, when, and it's my opinion, uncaring Tories and Liberal Democrats worked hand in hand, dismantling the much needed support provided to families in need, then cynically hiding the impact through removing targets and changing measures of poverty through the 2012 Welfare Reform Act that Councillor Farling mentioned earlier. We only need to look at the reliance of many families on food banks in this city, something almost unheard of before 2010, when relative and absolute poverty levels were declining year on year. Indeed, I remember the North Area Committee back in the summer of 2010 listening to a VCS report on the need to open a food bank. And I think we listened in shock and disbelief at how quickly the Tories and Liberal Democrats in government could begin to destroy the hopes and the dreams of families in this city. Over the past 10 years, this lack of interest in poverty by the Tories and Liberal Democrats, and then just by the Tories alone, has resulted in the picture that was outlined by Councillor Farthing, one where we have slowly descended into a Dickensian world where many families are only one step from destitution, relying on feeding themselves and their family through weekly donations on food banks by many thousands of residents in this city. To put this in context, Mr. Mayor, the data from the Trussell Trust shows that nationally in 2009-10, there was 40,898 individuals and families using food banks. But by 2019-20, this had risen to 1,900,122, a rise of 4,546%. So one of the richest countries in the world has almost 2 million individuals and families dependent on food banks. Indeed, it's not a record to be proud of, but the Conservatives either do not care or are in complete denial of the destruction that they've caused, the untold stress, hardship placed on many families in the city by the policies enacted over the last 10 years. Mr. Mayor, back in June 2020, the issue of the number of children in poverty was raised during the parliamentary questions by the leader of the Labour Party, Keir Starmer, when he asked a question to the Prime Minister, and I quote, "A report last week from the government's Social Mobility Commission concluded that there are now over 600,000 more children living in relative poverty than in 2012. The report went on to say child poverty rates are projected to increase by 5.2 million by 2022. Mayor then asked, what does the Prime Minister think caused that? The reply, Mr. Mayor, I think explains much about the contempt this government has for the citizens, or just plain ignorance or indifference of the levels of poverty in this country. The Prime Minister replied to the question stating, I must say that I think it is completely wrong in what he says about poverty. Absolute poverty and relative poverty have both declined under this government, and there are hundreds of thousands, I think 400,000 fewer families living in poverty now than there were in 2010. Mr. Mayor, these statements were then subsequently reviewed by the Children's Commissioner, who was independent of the government and Parliament, with the role of speaking up for children and young people. If we take the statement of Keir Starmer first, the first claim that there's been an additional 600,000 children now living in relative poverty compared to 2012, her verdict was that this claim is true. If judged against official statistics, the government's own figures show that relative child poverty increased by 600,000 between 2011-12 and 2018-19. Second claim, the total number of children in poverty is projected to rise to 5.2 million by 2022. Her verdict, this claim is an accurate description of what the SMC report said, which in turn appears to be based on the published forecasts from the Independent Institute of Fiscal Studies. And I'll repeat that, the Independent Institute of Fiscal Studies, not some left-wing think tank. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Right, taking the statement from the Prime Minister, which was clear, number 3, absolute and relative poverty have both declined under this government. Her verdict, and it's on their webpage, is this is mostly false. It is possible to identify certain points since 2010 and certain definitions of the poverty measure that show a fall in both absolute and relative poverty. However, this is not the general pattern. The claim is only consistent with a very selective and unrepresentative reading of the overall record of both of these measures. She then looked at claim number 4 from the Prime Minister, that there are over 400,000 fewer families living in poverty now than there were in 2010. Her verdict, Mr. Mayor, is that this appears to be false. The Prime Minister may have access to other data that substantiates this claim, but is not borne out by the government's own published statistics. The Children's Commissioner all but called the Prime Minister a liar. He is, of course, I think, in denial, like many Conservatives and Liberal Democrats, over their conscious acts that they've taken over the past 10 years. Whether it be Cameron and Clegg, Mayor or now Johnson, they are all the same, 10 years of government shame with no end in sight. Mr Mayor, that is why this council has concluded that we can no longer wait for the government to gain a conscience. Too many lives and futures are at stake. It's time to take back control and do what we can, even with one arm tied behind our backs by an uncaring government. Mr Mayor, over the past few months, this council has been putting together its strategy and delivery plans on how we can begin to tackle poverty. These plans are the culmination of a series of motions passed by council. They have not been random, but are the building blocks to tackle poverty in this city through community wealth building. In relation to poverty pay, we are trying to make a difference. We're one of the first councils to sign up to the Cooperative Movement's Modern Slavery Charter, this being quickly followed by signing up to the TUC's Great Jobs Agenda, both of which are now enshrined within the procurement strategy of this city. More recently, we have become an accredited real living wage employer, meaning that in future companies need to demonstrate that they are also paying the real living wage if they wish to bid for council contracts. Over the next 4 years, this decision alone will take many families in this city out of poverty pay, particularly within the care sector. Mr Mayor, the use of social value. All contracts in this council enters into have an element of social value to attach to them to provide, for example, much needed apprenticeships, employment to needs, and also employment to the long-term unemployed. And this brings us on to the Sunderland Pound. Again, through our procurement strategy, we were looking at ways to ensure contracts are broken down to enable local SME sector in Sunderland to take on and win contracts. We are also looking at how we can work with partnership with the SME sector. For example, the decision this week by Cabinet to work with local companies in developing our council housing programme. And finally, Mr. Mayor, local community wealth building champions. Reports will be coming to area committees to devolve responsibility for developing local strategies on community engagement, asset management and the development of local cooperative and social enterprise. Each area committee will have a champion to ensure local neighbourhood plans become a reality. The keys to successfully combating poverty pay is that as a council we need to also work with our partner anchor institutions and many of the employees in this city to expand the number of employers paying the real living wage, agreeing key social goals to work towards through the use of social value and ensuring support for the local cooperative social enterprise and SME sector through their own community wealth building programmes. These are all parts of a microeconomic programme of development in the city, tried in other parts of the UK and proven to work in moving residents out of poverty. However, it is no quick fix and it will take some years to achieve our goal of becoming a real living wage city. But work has already started and the leader has announced this week as part of the Real Living Wage Week that we intend on working with Citizens UK on achieving this goal. In conclusion, Mr Mayor, acting without the support from central government to tackle poverty will be a long, hard road, and moving many thousands of families and their children out of poverty will not happen overnight. The Prime Minister talks about levelling up, but we need more than a few grand building projects. We need levelling up that makes a difference, Mr Mayor. With that in mind, after 10 years, I'm sure we are all still willing to work with this government if it has a change of heart and recognises the impact of its policies on the people of Sunderland. I would therefore ask the Prime Minister to make a step change in combating child poverty in Sunderland by adopting the real living wage nationally as a benchmark for working to eliminate poverty pay, and also recognise the impact universal credit has on increasing the level of child poverty in this city, and consider scrapping this failed experiment and introduce a more humane system and remove people out of poverty, such as what was mentioned earlier on tonight, Mr Mayor, a universal basic income. With that, Mr Mayor, I second the motion and urge members to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Leader. I understand Councillor Mullen has an amendment. Councillor Mullen?
Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Doyle here. I've just received a message from Councillor Mullen to say he's having some technical difficulties and is currently trying to restart his computer and rejoin the meeting. So I'm happy to propose the amendment on his behalf. I welcome your guidance though on how you want to go about doing it.
Just give me a second.
Thank you.
Will you be able to get somebody else to second it?
Of course, I think Councillor Dixon has said he's happy to second the amendment.
Okay.
And Councillor Mann would be happy to second.
Well, Councillor Doyle, would you like to carry on with and read the amendment out, please?
Of course, Mr. Mayor, please bear with me. Oh, I think, yes, thank you for putting that on the screen. So yes, I'd like to propose the amendment as follows: to delete paragraph 1, beginning in 2002 and ending in Sunderland, to replace scrapping this failed experiment and introducing a more humane benefit system with additional or alternative policy measures, to replace out of with from in the final sentence. And I'll just wait for that slide to be moved on. Okay, and to add 2 additional bullet points beneath, we therefore call upon the Council to, which reads as follows: note and welcome the significant recent government investment targeted at those in greatest need, including £170 million COVID winter grant scheme paid to local authorities, increase in a Healthy Start voucher scheme to support low-income families, £80 per month increase in universal credit payments, £60 million for food distribution charities. I'll just wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. The extension of the holiday activities and food programme until 2021. An additional £15 million to local government for accommodating rough sleepers throughout winter, and then encourage government to continue funding streams of this nature and to maintain the increase in universal credit. I think there may be another page to that as well. Oh, and then the motion as amended. I'm not sure if you'd like me to read that in full, Mr. Mayor. It'd be quite lengthy.
Not at this moment.
No. Okay.
Okay. Councillor Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Are you going to second the motion?
I can second the amended motion. Thank you.
Now I am here. Can you hear me yet?
Yes. Councillor Mullen, with Councillor Doyle proposed the motion and Councillor Dixon seconded. We're going to continue that, but if you do want to speak, I'll bring you in later on.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Doyle, would you like to speak to the motion, please?
Yes, I'm happy to speak to the amendment, Mr. Mayor, although I would preface what I'm about to say by saying that Councillor Mullen sort of is, the remarks that he's prepared sort of speak to the amendment in general. So it's worth bearing that in mind. I'm more the follow-up act, if you will. But I'll continue with what I was going to say after Councillor Mullen. My colleagues in the Conservative group will set out the main thrust of why we find this motion to be in need of amendment. But what I would emphasise at this stage is that the amendment we are proposing is constructive and demonstrates our willingness to use full council as a means of working together. I would like to just make a brief comment and perhaps pose a couple of questions to Councillor Farthing that she will hopefully be able to answer in her right of reply. The third bullet point in the motion reads, in recognising the link between financial insecurity and child poverty, we welcome the decision of this council to take a proactive approach to reduce these life-changing experiences by targeting poverty pay in the city through its decision to empower local communities to take control of their own futures through ongoing involvement in the development and delivery of their own local neighbourhood plans. This is without doubt an aspiration with which I agree. Members may recall my contribution to the planning white paper debate at last full council, where I made clear my support for community engagement and indeed empowerment in the planning process. But I would, however, like Councillor Farthing to provide some clarity on the following points. The first being that local neighbourhood plans are, and I know it may seem rather obvious, planning documents. Indeed, to quote the MHCLG definition, neighbourhood planning gives communities direct power to develop a shared vision for their neighbourhood and shape the development and growth of their local area. They are able to choose where they want new homes, shops and offices to be built, have their say on what those buildings should look like and what infrastructure should be provided, and grant planning permission for the new buildings they want to see go ahead. Neighbourhood planning provides a powerful set of tools for local people to plan for the types of development to meet their community's needs and where the ambition of the neighbourhood is aligned with the strategic needs and priorities of the wider local area, end quote. I fail to see how neighbourhood planning can, in and of itself, and crucially in the short and even medium term, reduce instances of financial insecurity and child poverty. For sure, a neighbourhood plan can give communities the power to develop sustainable, vibrant and even socially just neighbourhoods over the longer term, but I cannot see a direct and immediate causal link between the neighbourhood plans and a reduction in poverty pay, for example. And the second point I'd like to make is that it's my understanding that there are currently no neighbourhood plans designated in Sunderland. As I'm sure Councillor Farthing is aware, plans are typically brought forward by neighbourhood forums or town and parish councils.
Can I just
yes,
stop?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Yeah.
Just stop you for a moment. Can people please stop commenting on the chat feature, please? Immediately. You only comment if you want to ask a question or want some clarification, not to have slang and matches. Thank you. Carry on, Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members will be relieved to learn, I'm sure, I'm coming to the end of my remarks. So I think I was just saying, yes, plans are typically brought forward by neighbourhood forums or town and parish councils. And there are very few organisations of this nature in Sunderland, and it seems that in order to genuinely empower local communities, the council first needs to do a better job of publicising the power available to them. So in closing, Mr. Mayor, I'd be grateful if Councillor Farthing could respond to these 2 points that I've made, and in the spirit of collaboration that I hope manages to survive this meeting tonight, if she feels that the Conservative group can in any way help drive this new push for neighbourhood plans, then we would be more than happy to do so. But as I said, Mr. Mayor, it's worth bearing in mind that Councillor Mullen will be speaking to the broad thrust of the amendment, and I'll leave it there. So thank you very much for being so understanding.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Councillor Dixon, do you wish to speak at this point?
Just very briefly, if I may just support what Councillor Doyle has said. The main thrust will be coming from Councillor Mullen, and I hope members of all political parties will take this as a constructive amended motion with which they can lend their support tonight. And I would recommend that they gave this motion serious consideration. We've looked at it very, very carefully, and we think it could win overall support tonight. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak on the amendment? I've got your name down anyway, Councillor Mullen.
Councillor O'Brien, the leader. Councillor Stewart. So, Mr. Mayor, the speakers on the amendment are Councillor Mullen, Councillor O'Brien, Councillor Miller, Councillor Stewart, and Councillor Farthing has the right of reply on the amendment.
Right. Okay, thank you. Councillor Mullen, would you like to speak to the amendment, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and apologies for my connection problem. It was not the ideal time for that to happen.
No problem.
Thank you. Regardless, my group will not be voting against this motion, but our amendment, as I would have said earlier had I been around to propose it, is intended to make it more conciliatory and in the spirit of achieving something. Because, of course, we all agree with and appreciate the sentiment and the spirit of the original motion. and don't see that this is an issue which should be politicised. I think anyone would deplore the idea of children living in poverty, and certainly within the Conservative group, Councillor Francis has told stories in the past, for example, about his upbringing. It's been a genuine experience, not just an abstract concept. And there are parts of this motion, such as the wording around working together with the Prime Minister, which is very welcomed and very conciliatory, and we wish the rest of it had been as well. So we want to offer some quite minor amendments to make it possible for us all to endorse this, to strip the little bit of the political element out of it, and to work together to speak with one voice on the issue. And the changes that I'm proposing here are not political, but they are corrections which we're making on a factual basis. And Councillor Doyle has obviously already read out what they are, so I won't do that, but I will just explain them. The first paragraph we see fit to remove because simply it's not true. The wording around the target being in reach is factually incorrect, and I did some research into this to find some evidence to back this up, and I'll cite for members what that is. The Institute for Fiscal Studies pointed out, for example, that the percentage of children living in relative poverty in the United Kingdom declined more quickly under John Major than it did under Tony Blair. And in fact, New Labour actually, towards the end of its time in office, presided over an increase in child poverty. Should the Institute for Fiscal Studies be too right-wing, then I offer as an alternative the paper Poverty and Inequality Has New Labour Delivered from 2011, which says 4 million children were living in low-income households in 2008 in the UK, and then goes on to point out that Gordon Brown actually took the levels of child poverty in this country back to what they were in 2001 before Tony Blair gave that speech. So we actually began to undo the progress that had been made, and it wasn't simply a straightforward decline. The number of children in poverty was bouncing up and down. Child Poverty Action Group points out that during Tony Blair's first year in government, the number of children living in poverty actually increased. And more recently, they have pointed out, in reflecting on Tony Blair's 2020 target, that the UK was actually a child poverty producing country. Towards the end of the motion, there is then the reference to universal credit, which appears to be particularly political and not in the same tone of the rest of the motion. And in particular, I cite again the Child Poverty Action Group, which has stated that the UK's tax and benefit system works exceptionally hard to reduce very high initial poverty rates near to the European average. So what we're looking to achieve here is to make this a motion which we can all support, because in spirit we do, but by simply removing a couple of these more political points, correcting some of the factual errors, it would make it much easier for us all to be able to speak on one voice with this matter. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mullen. Councillor O'Brien, I believe you were next.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just want to add that Liberal Democrats will support the amendments, mainly due because, like the Labour Party in 2019, we support not to get rid of the universal credit, as that probably would mean more disruption, more delayed payments, etc., but to reform it and actually fund it in a way that isn't currently happening, and at a level what isn't currently happening. So thanks, Mr. Mayor. That's all I've got to add.
Okay, thank you very much. Leader?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm just not prepared to support the amendment as it is, regardless of Councillor Mullen's protestations, deeply political. I'm not prepared to accept Conservative councillors in this council desperately trying to paint their government in rosy colours, given their woeful and deliberate austerity politics that have blighted this city and the whole country since 2010, impacting on the weakest and those with the least. This government has U-turned more than can be counted. It is that weak and poorly managed, and is still living down to the standards set by lying Robert Jenrick and his pledge to give whatever it takes to local authorities, whilst leaving every council in England with a black hole in their funds, even after all the grudgingly given money that has come our way that was in Councillor Mullen's amendment. The fact that money for food and the needs of the poor only occurred to be a priority to the government after Marcus Rashford kicked the Prime Minister squarely in the nether regions speaks volumes, and forced another 2 U-turns. Especially since Boris Johnson lied over the number in food poverty in this country, since the Tory government and the Lib Dems came in 2010, and then the Tories on their own since 2015, as proven by my colleague Councillor Stewart's quotes earlier. And for Councillor Mullen to be harping back to the glorious nirvana period of the major years, pre-1997, 23 years ago, honestly, Anthony, you must be desperate. So my recommendation to council is that we vote down this very political amendment from the Conservative Party, because it holds the government up to exposure, up to the light of people looking at its record, looks at what it has done. So please vote the amendment down and vote for the original notice of motion as proposed by Councillor Farthing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. Deputy Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And it was just a follow on from the leader there. First of all, let's start with the removal of the first paragraph. I think that's quite crucial, particularly for the...
Sunderland, it's Niall Hodson. Can I move that the question now be put?
No, you cannot.
I think that's up to the Mayor, Graham, not you.
Can I just stop you here? I'm going to listen to Councillor Stewart, and then I'm going to ask for Councillor Farthing to issue a right of reply. And then
can I remind Councillor Miller, the leader, that he's
no debate
supposed
on
to
this.
go through the Mayor, by the way, and he's supposed to address councillors as councillor.
Turn the mics off.
I beg your pardon.
Mute all the mics.
Off. Turn the mic off.
Turn all the mics off. Can you switch the mics back on, please? As I said, we're going to listen to Councillor Stewart, and then we're going to listen to Councillor Farthing, and then we're going to have a vote on the amendment. Councillor Mann, you were given the chance to come in earlier on, and you didn't.
Mr. Mayor,
no argument over
this.
Councillor O'Brien, I want no argument.
Mr. Mayor, my hand has been raised throughout.
Yes, I know that, and I was waiting for the appropriate time to answer. We're going to move on with this. Do you understand?
The question has been posed, though, so it should go to a vote.
Councillor O'Brien, I'm not going to tell you again. You do not
vote, Mr. Mayor.
You don't jump in. You do not jump in. I'm in charge of this. If you continue to do that, I'll have you sat down for the rest of the meeting without speaking. Do you understand? It's getting beyond a joke, this. Councillor Stewart.
Get there in the end, Mr. Mayor. It was just to make the point that the first paragraph referenced the fact that child poverty was avoidable, and I think that the case has been made tonight that it has been avoidable, and that part of the problem is that we've had successive governments nationally that have not seen poverty as a priority. And when statistics have gone the wrong way, they've introduced legislation to remove the statistics. So it makes it difficult sometimes to actually bring them to account. But I do find this amendment, it is very political in a sense that it tries to create a position of a wonderful Conservative government coming to the rescue for families and children, when it's, it could be further from the truth. What we've had is a systematic year-on-year attack on local government, attack on ordinary people. I mean, let's talk about this government, this council. The current funding gap for this council is £315 million per annum is the gap. Just think what this council could do if the Conservatives and Liberal Democrats hadn't taken that money away from us. That's the annual gap amount that we should be owed to us. So I would just urge everybody to oppose this amendment. I think the original amendment was appropriate because we do need to reflect on the past 10 years, but then quite happily put a line in the sand and move forward if the Prime Minister is prepared to do so. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Farthing, would you like to have your right to reply?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm absolutely horrified that the Tories would wish to amend this motion and to get rid of the reference to the target which Tony Blair had, because it was a target, and we've heard from Matt Hancock that he needed a target in order to get his testing regime. Not that he's done very well, but he has actually met some of the targets that he set. All governments need targets. This government and the previous Tory government and the Lib Dems, they didn't have this target. They got rid of the target in 2016. Now that's the point of this, that there isn't a target to eliminate child poverty. And what Councillor Doyle has proposed as the amendments to this is the disguised generosity of a government that has had an appalling record in connection with a national pandemic. It's been late to impose lockdown in March, and it's been late again in October, November. And this is why we're in this terrible situation we are. And we're not prepared to accept a sort of sticking plaster for something which is a long-term issue. We need concrete plans, long-term plans to eliminate child poverty. And the suggestion that universal credit isn't a cause of it is unacceptable. I'm not suggesting that we abolish universal credit, but we certainly need to amend it so it actually responds to people's needs. So I definitely reject the motion, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farn. I think we need to go to a vote on the amendment. Could that be arranged, please?
Mr. Mayor, vote 6 is ready to be used.
Okay, everybody, vote 6 is online at the moment. And as I said before, anything else we need to do, we'll sweep up the votes a bit later on and make sure everybody has the chance.
Mr. Mayor, I'm getting this vote is closed at the moment. I don't know if there's a
Yeah, I'm getting the same thing. Yeah.
So am I.
You're all voting on the 18th of the 11th, not the 23rd of the 11th date. Look at the date you're picking at.
I am
Endorse, Councillor Ty. The vote is showing closed on vote 6. Thank you.
It's 18th, by the way.
Yeah, I do know how to use the voting system, Councillor Miller. Thank you.
Can we just stop there? We're going through the voting system now, and please bear with us. I don't want any other conversations between each other while the vote's taking place.
How's your phone, George? You know, it's nearly quarter.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Buick, vote 6 seems now to be opened, so people should be able to vote. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, endorse Councillor Buick. Councillor Mann has voted on vote 6 in the correct place. Thank you.
We will check as we go on. If you have any queries, just come back to us and we'll make sure.
It's all GY. Get all mixed up. I don't. I'm nervous. Anything yet? Little Anthony seems. You know, down there.
Yeah, they're going to move and adjourn until tomorrow.
Mr. Mayor, your mic's on.
Mr. Mayor, there are a lot of councillors have their mics on and it's really not very professional.
So, Mr. Mayor, if members could stop using the electronic voting system now, and then I'll take the votes of those members who haven't been able to give their vote. So, Councillor P. Gibson.
Against the motion.
Thank you.
On the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Elizabeth Gibson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor M. Dixon.
For the amended motion, thanks, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Watson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor O'Brien.
For the amended motion.
Thank you. Councillor Lawson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor McLennan.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Waller.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Heron.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Blackett.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Greener.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Blackburn.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Pat Smith.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor H. Truman.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor D. Wilson.
Against.
Thank you.
I bet mine didn't.
Councillor O'Brien, I think you've still got your hand up, but I have taken your vote, I think. You have given your vote, haven't you?
I have given my
Thank
vote.
you.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Elaine. Sorry
Thank
about that.
you. Councillor Jackson.
Against.
Thank you. Are there any other members who haven't given their vote?
Councillor Davison.
Councillor Davison, could I take your vote, please?
Against.
Thank you. And did I hear Councillor Francis?
You did. I'm for.
Thank you.
Councillor Howe.
Councillor Thornton.
Sorry, Councillor Thornton, could I have your vote, please?
Against.
Against. There was another member spoke there, but I didn't catch the name. Apologies.
Councillor Howe.
Councillor Howe.
4.
4. Thank you.
Councillor Ledbetter.
Councillor Ledbetter.
4.
Thank you. Have all members now voted, please? Thank you. In that case, if the governance officer can give the totals, please.
Mr. Mayor, there are 21 votes for, 41 votes against, and 1 abstention.
Thank you. The amendment has been turned down. We'll now go back to the motion. Is any amendments or comments to the main motion?
Councillor Michael Dixon, Councillor Doyle, and Councillor Fiona Miller, and Councillor Crosby. Could members indicate, do they have, does anyone have any further amendments, or are these members who wish to speak?
Wish to speak, Elaine? Councillor Dixon. Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, I missed the first, so it was Doyle, Miller.
Crosby.
Elaine, it's for the notice of motion. I've got a comment to make on it as well. Thank you. If that's what you want me to do now.
Yes, this is to speak on the main motion. Thank you.
That's fine then. That's great. Thank you.
Councillor Crosby.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to make a comment on the main motion.
Can you just hang on a sec? We're just trying to figure out who's going to speak on the main motion. We're just compiling names at the moment. I'll bring you in at the appropriate time.
Thank you.
So far, Mr. Mayor, the names I have are councillors Doyle, Fiona Miller, Michael Dixon, and Margaret Crosby. Could I check, are there any other members who would like to speak on the main motion?
Okay, the first name I had wrote down was Michael Dixon.
Thanks very much indeed, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to spend the next few minutes talking about universal credit and the rights and wrongs of it. I would just very much like to point out this rather dreamy view that Labour councillors have of the early part of this century, that everything was rosy in the garden until the dreaded coalition came along. There was a world recession between 2007 and 2009, which basically interfered with the plans of the Gordon Brown government and certainly with the plans of the coalition government to pick up the pieces of the recession. But where I do get cross is the personal experiences I had of people really suffering during the pre-2010 period through my job as a surveyor, because I used to have to go around empty properties which had been repossessed. And repossession is one of the most awful things that could happen to anyone at all. The Joseph Rowntree Foundation, which is centre left, repossessions have a deep and long-lasting impact on the mental, physical, and educational and financial lives of the families involved. The impact of repossession doesn't begin or end with the loss of the home. It's often preceded by months of building debts, court appearances, followed by months or even years of continued debt, moves to new accommodation, and compounding levels of ill health. Now, the statistics around the time of 2007 and 9, repossessions kind of doubled between that time. There was roughly about 200,000 people who had mortgages of 3 months or more in arrears, which then doubled again to 500,000. People were living in poverty. Children were living in poverty during this time. And I just do not believe any statistics that would argue any other way during that period of time. There was also inequality of income. The higher earners did better under the Blair-Mandelson mantra of getting stinking rich. And what was neglected, and this is something which is never, ever really talked about, is that those poorer people, the people who didn't have children, their standards dropped and the poverty levels rose. So I don't want to go on too much about it because I feel as though we weren't too far apart on many of the things. The motion itself was very, very clumsy. I mean, we've had councillors Farthing and Stewart saying they want to scrap universal credit, and then there's other saying that they want to try and amend it or talk through it, try and improve it. I mean, it can't be one or the other. And quite frankly, to quote Tony Blair, when you're talking about poverty, I mean, I thought Blair had been unpersoned in the Labour Party, and I think it's almost ironic to bring him up as an example of someone talking about poverty, bearing in mind his track record. So I just wanted to get that straight about the housing side of things. People were really suffering, and there wasn't this nirvana, as somebody said earlier today, about the period before 2010. There was a lot of hardship, and as far as I'm concerned, you would do well to remember that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just two very brief points, if I may. First, Councillor Farthing did not respond to the two questions I raised when I proposed the amendment. She might not be able to respond to those now, but I'd be very happy to speak with her outside of this meeting, and perhaps also with Councillor Atkinson to talk about neighbourhood plans, because I think it's quite an important point that was raised in the motion, and I think the questions that I raised are valid ones. The other point I'd like to make is just based on what Councillor Dixon has said. Councillor Farthing said during her right of reply that the motion did not seek to abolish universal credit, or words to that effect. And I think it's just worth reminding members exactly what they will be voting on tonight on the substantive motion. The motion reads, recognise the impact universal credit has on increasing the level of child poverty in the city and consider scrapping this failed experiment. So I thought it would just be worth clarifying exactly what the motion says. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Councillor Fiona Miller.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I'm having a bit of bother with me controls tonight. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to do some more statistics because I think you need to eat them, to be honest. I'm quite annoyed with some of the comments that have come out of both parties, Liberal Democrats and the Tories. 1/5 of our population, the UK population, live in poverty, and 4 million are more than 50% of or below the actual poverty line. So 1.5 million are destitute. So when we talk about the living wage, we need to act now. Lift those who work for our partners out of the poverty trap in this city. Bring back benefits that address health issues, disability and unemployment. Provide people with enough money to be able to eat, clothe, keep warm and have a decent roof over their heads. Think Maslow, think hierarchy of needs. I am concerned that we have partners that give our youth so-called apprenticeships, but it is cheap labour for these businesses. Once the apprentices are finished and qualified to do the job, they are discarded because they now qualify for a proper salary. I know there are colleagues here that have their family experience just this, and it just needs to stop. If you can do the job, pay the wage. Cheap labour and zero-hour contracts bring misery to the working poor, and it will never change whilst we have a current government. These types of work contracts did not help stop the spread of COVID because people were scared to go off sick. Can I say that it had to happen? Your sick record, if you stay away and self-certification or get a sick note, impacts on your sick record. When it comes to redundancies, those with poor sick records tend to go first. So no one stays off, and with a pandemic, it spreads like wildfire. If it is your only means of acquiring money, you will work regardless. If you're out of work, universal credit doesn't give anyone enough to live on. You exist, if that. What bothers me and my colleagues from the Labour group, that is in 2015, the UK government committed to achieving by 2030 the UN Sustainable Development Goals, which included number 1, no poverty, with zero food insecurity, that's hunger, at number 2. And in 2019, the House of Commons Environmental Audit Committee, just last year, issued a report finding that food insecurity is significant and growing, with levels among the worst in Europe, especially for children. 1 in 10 households in England, Wales and Northern Ireland have low or very low food security, with a further 10% classed as marginally food secure. We know that food bank use is up, and this is from the 1st of April 2018 to the 31st of March 2019. The Trussell Trust distributed 1.6 million emergency 3-day parcels to people across the UK. This is a 19% increase on the previous year, and more than 500,000 of these emergency parcels went to children. The most recent figures for 2020 show a 47% increase from the figures I've just given you, which were 2018-2019. That is almost a 50% increase again. Broken down, that is 2,600 food parcels for children every day in the first 6 months of the COVID pandemic. We are 1/3 of the way into the UK's 15-year timeframe for meeting the UN Sustainable Development Goals of poverty. And no hunger, or should I say food insecurity, we have an extraordinarily long way to go. Mr. Mayor, this is shocking, but what I'm about to tell you is even more so. I'm wondering how many of us realise the damage poverty brings to children and to their development. When I sit and read my British Psychology Journal, that we are allowing our children to have their childhood and their developing minds stripped away by poverty. I despair that we are allowing this to happen. In an excerpt from the Journal of Cognitive Neuroscience, 9 to 10-year-olds who only differed in socio-economic backgrounds found striking differences in their prefrontal cortex. This is critical for complex cognition. The prefrontal cortex response from the children from poverty-stricken backgrounds in response to the many tests they participated in resembled that of a stroke victim. And Councillor Farthing did state that there is issues with children who are in poverty. And this is part of it, if you actually look at the responses. So what can we do as a caring council? Our residents need us, the council, to stand up for them, to give them a voice and a decent wage, not to require top-ups from food banks or ask for handouts for heating and clothing. Pre-COVID, some of our residents were working 2 and 3 jobs to sustain an existence. Interestingly, in a report from the Joseph Rowntree Foundation states that in March 2020, we had the highest levels of employment since the world financial crash of 2008. But this job force were productively poor, along with the salary and worked hours. Only the business, the people at the top and the shareholders made financial gain. Now with furlough and job losses, there's a huge increase at use of our food banks and people's kitchens. These are charities. And what we are fueling this situation, allowing and accepting that this is okay, from charities to support food insecurity and to let some society at least not have a decent wage. In an interview with Sky, Gordon Brown stated that we now have 4 million children in poverty, and that will increase to 5 million in the very near future if nothing is done. This was also reported in a recent webinar from the Joseph Rowntree Foundation. So if you want to go and look, go and look. For those of us that do not know, I volunteer for Mickey's Place along with Councillor Fletcher. We are part of the Trussell Trust. Our figures speak for themselves. We have residents coming for the necessities of life: food, toiletries, clothing, financial support, and most of all, respect. There's an old saying that it costs nothing to stay clean, but when you have nothing, then it is a basic human right, and we need to fight now. The most basic need that we normally see is food. When we provide hot and takeaway dinners for Washington residents, that is over 120 meals in the space of 3.5 days a week. Soup kitchens were something we identified from the past. This is not an acceptable way for anyone to live, but by increasing the wage and universal credit to a level where families can live and not just exist seems to be a moral duty of care. Many years ago, in my maiden speech, I talked about the workhouse. I still see this coming from the current government. It is a new style of workhouse, universal credit, gig economy, 0-hour contracts, lack of the living wage, and these exist because of the need to pay the shareholder a dividend and keep the masses in the place. I know that status and class still exist, and if we don't start accepting people as people, it will never change. Poor wages have always been the control over the masses. You can end us now by supporting the notice of our notice of motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Crosby, in a moment. Right, I think the applause has stopped, so would you like to carry on?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It was nice to see Councillor Miller quoting the Joseph Rowntree Trust reports, some of which were produced by my former Lib Dem colleague, Brian Robson, who used to live and work in Sunderland. But anyway, when I read the motion, I was very interested to see what the Child Poverty Action Group said were the main causes of this important issue. I think I should mention what I found, because there are some of us who haven't given it much thought or are quite frankly, sadly in ignorance of this important matter. The major cause of enduring poverty was, I quote, low wages, the high cost of childcare and part-time work. In-work benefits such as universal credit are, I quote, currently insufficient to overcome these challenges and keep people out of poverty. The high cost of housing and childcare and the recent effects of COVID-19 only increase these challenges, and there is a wholly inadequate safety net to prevent families with children falling into poverty. If a family is in poverty, the children may not have what they need to develop and thrive, not just physically, but emotionally and spiritually, and they will be unable to achieve their full potential to participate as full and equal members of society. They will underachieve in school and have poor physical health, so it is important to work in cooperation with what the motion calls anchor institutions, such as schools and health services, to tackle this problem. Recent statistics show that child poverty slowly decreased until 2008, when the financial crash had a significant effect on increasing Sorry, Mr. Mayor, there's a bit of interference there somewhere. Recent statistics show that the child poverty slowly decreased until 2008, when the financial crash had a significant effect on increasing the numbers of children in poverty, the most significant factor in 20 years. So it's quite frightening to think how the pandemic will affect child poverty in the future. As the motion attempts to help people in the lowest income group by promoting the real wage policy and urges cooperation between communities, schools and hospitals to work together against this cause of terrible suffering, which I have seen for myself when working in schools. Myself and my Lib Dem colleagues will be supporting this motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Crosbie. That's the end of the speeches. Could I ask if the council agrees the substantive motive, or do we need to go to a vote?
Agree the
Right.
motion, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry.
Agreed.
Go to a vote, please, Mr. Mayor.
Agreed.
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 Great.
Go to a vote, please, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Farthing, do you have a right to reply to this? Or I was a bit ahead of myself.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was a bit concerned then, because I thought, oh, if I did, because I've been writing down the points that people have made, and I'll go through them in the order that they were sort of made. Councillor Michael Dixon mentioned about the recession, as did Councillor Crosbie. I mean, that was a world recession, and it was caused by what I can only describe as unacceptable loan derivatives, which started in America with no control, and it affected, this country like it affected everywhere else. And I think that's something that all governments have to deal with. Some deal with it better than others, and I think that Gordon Brown, as Chancellor at that time, dealt with it particularly well, as did Alistair Darling, who followed him. And I think that again, Councillor Dixon referred to the fact that single people or people that didn't have children were relatively worse off. Well, they were, and that was quite a common acknowledgement at the time, because funding from that Labour government had been steered towards families with children, so that children could be moved out of poverty. That was a deliberate political move. And I'll move on to Councillor Doyle in his question, and I didn't answer it before, but the reference in this motion, and I did mention at the beginning of it, it was a motion that we were going to put in March, so I think it precedes the Tory bill on neighbourhood planning. It actually refers to the neighbourhood planning that we've been doing with our communities in Sunderland through our Let's Talk activities, where local communities have been able to tell us what they wanted us to spend locally in our local neighbourhoods. So it was giving people control over their neighbourhoods, and that was the reference to that. I think with the comment about universal credit, I know it says in the motion that we want to get rid of the failed experiment. Well, the failed experiment, as far as I'm concerned, is a benefit which assumes that everybody has been on a salary that's paid monthly, so that they've got 4 weeks money in hand. Well, the reality of it is that people don't have that. They live in sort of very different circumstances, especially those people that live in a sort of on low wages. They tend definitely to be working in circumstances of weekly pay, and as Councillor Miller has referred to, 0 hours contracts where their pay varies from week to week, which, if you're supplementing that with universal credit, if you've got a 5-week month, means that you don't get any money certain times. It really is it's a devastating benefit for people who are having to juggle their money anyway. It just doesn't work in the way that it was intended, and it certainly needs adjusting. And I would also draw your attention to the DWP Select Committee report, which came out this October. It was quite interesting for me to read it, but I did check the membership of that committee, and it was definitely far more conservative on it. So its recommendations would suggest that even the Conservative Parliamentary Party feel that universal credit needs amendment, and I think I could concur with everything that was suggested in the in the report from that committee. And I'd like to thank Councillor Fiona Miller for her passionate speech and the work, the comments that she made. She has first-hand experience of meeting people on a weekly basis who are having to come and effectively to what is a soup kitchen, and it shouldn't be happening, COVID or no COVID. We are supposed to be a wealthy country. We shouldn't have people living in that sort of poverty that they need to come for food. It's just unacceptable. And I think, again, it's just, you know, we need a target to reduce child poverty, and we haven't got one in this country. So that's what we really need. And thank you, Councillor Crosbie, for your comments as well. I too read the report that you had read, and again, there's so many contributing factors, but you yourself mentioned universal credit, because that seems to be ultimately the reason. Nobody else except myself mentioned the 2-child limit, but that again was mentioned. I was at a conference earlier this year in January, and I mentioned the Bishop of Durham. He's very passionate about this 2-child limit, and he has worked, and so did his office, tirelessly to try and get that reduced, because it's a restriction which assumes that people are going to have a constant in their lives. Well, we know that doesn't happen, that things change. And I think this pandemic will have shown that lots of people who maybe have 3 children and who planned and thought they could support those children suddenly find that they can't. And I think it's those unforeseen circumstances that we have to deal with. So I think I've answered all the points that were raised. So I hope that now we can all support this motion, and that we press the government to do something about child poverty, not only in Sunderland, but nationwide. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. A few minutes ago, I think I heard somebody ask for a vote. Is that still the case?
Yes, please.
Okay. Can we arrange a vote, please, on the substantive motion? If they give a chance to governance to set this up.
Mr. Mayor, vote 7 should be up and running now.
Okay, vote 7 for the substantive motive. Please, can you try and vote electronically, and if not, we'll pick it up a bit later on, towards the end of the vote.
If members could please stop using the electronic system now, and I'll take the votes of those who haven't been able to use the system. So, Councillor Watson.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Blackett.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Greener.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor McLennan.
4. Did
Thank
hear that?
you.
Right.
Yes, 4. I've got that 4. Thank you. Councillor E. Gibson.
4.
Thank you. Councillor P. Gibson.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Davison.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Michael Dixon.
Abstain. Thank you, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Heron.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Lawson.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Pat Smith.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Andrew Wood.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Thornton.
4.
Thank you. Councillor H. Truman.
4.
Thank you. Councillor O'Brien.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
4.
Thank you. Are there any members whose names I haven't called?
Yes, you haven't called mine, Elaine. I
Oh.
wasn't able to vote electronically this time. Councillor Peter Wood.
Could I have your vote, please, Councillor
Yes,
Wood?
abstain.
Abstain. Thank
Councillor
you.
Howe.
Councillor Howe.
Abstain.
Councillor
Thank you.
Francis.
Councillor Francis.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Diane Snowden, have you managed to vote? Sorry. Are there any other members who have not been able to vote? In that case, could the governance officer calculate the totals, please?
Mr. Mayor, there were 51 votes for, no votes against, and 11 abstentions.
Thank you, Matthew. The motion's being carried.
Mr. Mayor, at this point,
Yes,
could
Leader.
I move part 4 of the rules of procedure, please, regarding section 11 rules of debate? I'm very, very conscious that we're now at 4 hours 22 minutes into full council, and we still have 4 full notices of motion to cover, plus 3 reports at the end of that. I would like to move 11.11 closure motions A part 4 to adjourn the meeting and reconvene tomorrow morning at 11 AM, coinciding with your diary being free, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. Do we have a second to that?
I'll second that, Mr. Mayor.
Right, can we have a vote, please?
Show of hands.
Or can we just agree it?
Yes.
Agree.
No, don't agree.
Disagree.
Not agree.
Call the
Right, okay.
motion. Call the motion, Mr. Mayor. Call the motion, Leader.
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, call the motion.
Right. I'm not quite sure what you're on about.
This is Councillor Mann speaking directly to the Leader. These
The Mayor.
Somebody's cut her off.
Councillor Mann, are you raising a point of order here?
Councillor Mann speaking directly.
You're on mute, Mr.
Mr.
Mayor.
Mayor, I'm not. Somebody is keep muting me, and I'm speaking. My mic is on. I'm the leader of a party. I appeal directly to Mr.
Mr. Mayor, you're on mute.
You still on mute?
Somebody has muted all of the mics and people will individually have to rejoin or unmute themselves. That's what
I'm unmuting myself, and somebody is all the mics. Now it's either the leader. Again, I've been muted and I'm having to re-engage my mic.
Councillor Mann, I have no administrative
Who is in
controls on this meeting.
control? Who is in control of
It will be the officers, Councillor Mann.
Then I appeal to the mayor and the leader that we have been in meetings from 4 o'clock till quite long after this time.
Councillor Mann.
Again, I've been muted.
Man, I'm trying to speak. Please be quiet. Thank you.
Can you sort out your administration on who is controlling the mics, Mr. Mayor?
Man, please sit down. Right, I don't want to hear any more from you now. And I don't want to tell you again tomorrow. Leader, everybody, I'm quite happy that I heard enough replies to say yes, we should reconvene the meeting.
Mr. Mayor, it should go to a vote.
No, Mr. Mayor,
it's against the Constitution.
I have the final say. We're reconvening tomorrow.
Again, somebody is controlling the mic, Mr. Mayor. This is unacceptable in a council meeting.
It's childish.
Mr. Mayor, can I speak in support of you, please?
Yeah.
It says
what is my mic?
Clearly that Councillor Mann, Councillor O'Brien, if you go to your constitution at section 11.11a(c), it says that if the mayor thinks that the item has been sufficiently discussed, that is it is the mayor's meeting.
Why are you not?
The mayor has heard.
Well, why are you setting the time?
Councillor Miller, why are you not
setting the time where people can't attend because they have work? Some of us have to work.
That is unfortunate. It's 3 hours 26 minutes in now, Councillor O'Brien, and we still have 4 notices of motion to go through. The adjournment has been asked for and been given.
Leader,
we have been in meetings till post 10 o'clock.
We are not being allowed to speak.
Could you please end the meeting?
I'm still here, Mr. Mayor.
Right, I've had further clarification. Okay, I've taken further advice. Is the members who are wishing to vote against it, are they willing to have their wishes noted at this moment, or do we need another vote?
We need another vote.
We need vote. Yes. Mr. Mayor, please. Nobody proposed the adjournment. It was demanded. Thank you.
I've heard enough.
She's drunk.
I've heard enough. Can we vote, please?
How dare any councillor say that about another councillor? Mayor, you need to get a grip of this meeting. It's an absolute disgrace, and sorry for getting a rub.
Who's that?
Mr. Mayor,
I have every
vote. Please move to a procedure.
Can we continue with motion 4, please? Motion.
Vote. We're having a vote to reconvene the meeting, and that's it.
Thank you.
Can you organise the vote, please? I might need to log in on that.
Mr. Mayor, 48 set up, ready to go.
Mr. Mayor, what we're voting for?
We're voting to adjourn the meeting.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, it was a bit without everything that was going on. Thank you.
To come back at 11 AM tomorrow morning.
Mr. Mayor, Speaker and Leader, before we vote, can we actually establish the nature of the vote? Why?
That must be it. 1, 2.
Why
3.
this meeting has been adjourned and at what time it...
Mr. Mayor, would you like me to
And
clarify
at
the
what
position
time it
through
will be
you?
reconvened? Thank you, Elaine.
Elaine, can
Thank you.
I
Could
ask
I
a
just-
question, please?
Councillor O'Brien,
and
could I just answer Councillor Mann's question first, please? With the permission of the Mayor, I can just clarify the position. A motion has been moved to adjourn this meeting to 11 a.m. tomorrow. And so members are now voting on that motion to adjourn this meeting to 11 a.m. tomorrow.
Can I ask a question, Elaine?
The Mayor is signifying that he agrees to that.
Can we amend the motion to say 9 a.m.?
You can amend a motion to adjourn if that is seconded. Do you wish to move an amendment to the motion?
I'd be happy to second that. Elaine and Mayor of Sunderland, it's Niall Hodson.
The reason that the time is 11 a.m., Councillor O'Brien, Councillor Hodson, is that the
I'll
Mayor's
be happy
diary.
to speak on the motion that 9 a.m.
I'm
is
sorry,
not
but
suitable.
other people have other commitments, Graham. If
I was
the
just
mayor
trying to
can't-
explain,
If the mayor
Councillor
can't
O'Brien.
attend, that's why he has a deputy. So if the mayor can't attend, Harry will attend. But other people have jobs outside of this. I work shifts. I have to go to my job. So if we're going to accommodate all councillors, let's have a 9 a.m. start.
Well, the Labour group will be looking to accommodate the Mayor since it's the Mayor's meeting, Councillor O'Brien.
So
we will be
The
looking for
Mayor,
Okay.
is listening to the Labour leader.
So it's at the wishes of the leader that when this council meeting is reconvened.
That's
Great.
not been said at all,
Can
Councillor
we
O'Brien. You should
clarify the
withdraw that.
timing?
It's
that
what you said,
suits
Graham.
all councillors, Mr. Mayor.
The Mayor's,
Let's move
the Mayor
it
is,
to, I make a,
councillors could
I would like to make a movement to 4 p.m. tomorrow. I ask for.
Councillors, can I please, councillors,
I'm
can I
happy to
please
second
clarify
that,
the
actually.
position? The Mayor is having difficulty logging into the meeting at the moment. We've had a motion to adjourn to 11 a.m. tomorrow. If any member wishes to move an amendment for an alternative time,
I do.
vote will need to be taken on that. If there are different times proposed, a vote will need to be taken on each time. Could I
move
please
to change the
could I-
time.
One man.
Could I please clarify on behalf of the Mayor is only available at 11 o'clock. Could I
That's
first,
fine.
the first, I think the first, we will need to take a fresh vote now because amendments have been moved. So first of all, I think Councillor O'Brien, was it you who moved the first amendment
Yes, to 9 a.m.
to 9 a.m. tomorrow morning? Could I ask if that's seconded? Does anybody second that?
Yes, Elaine, it's Niall Hodson. I'm happy to second that.
Right. We'll need to take a vote on holding the meeting at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Could I
At
please
this
ask
point, I move to.
Councillor Mann, we can only deal with one amendment at a time. So we will deal with this amendment and dependent upon the outcome, you will have an opportunity to move another amendment. So to make progress, could we please vote, if we need to have a fresh vote on continuing this meeting at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. So could the Governance Officer please set up vote 9, which is to vote on holding this meeting at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, vote 9 is set up.
Elaine, can I have clarification? Is this vote being taken in public or in private?
It's in public, Councillor O'Brien. The meeting is being live streamed.
Thank you.
Could members please stop using the electronic system now, and I'll take the vote of those who haven't been able to use it. So, Councillor Armstrong.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor McLennan.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor E. Gibson.
Okay, she just texted us. I'm staying for Brian now. Ready for a reply.
Councillor Gibson, have you given your vote? I didn't quite catch that.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Watson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Michael Dixon.
For, Elaine, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jenkins.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Greener.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Gibson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Blackett.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Foster. Councillor Stephen Foster, could I have your vote, please?
Sorry about that, Elaine. Elaine, all the commotion that was going on there, it is for the 11 o'clock start, isn't it?
This vote is for a 9 o'clock start. This
Against.
Isn't against. Thank you. Councillor D. Wilson.
Against, Elaine. I think you've done very well tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor O'Brien.
Here.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Lawson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Thornton.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Howe. Councillor Howe, are you still in the meeting?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Truman.
Against.
Thank you. Are there any other members who haven't voted yet?
Councillor Ledbetter.
Councillor Ledbetter.
For.
For, thank you.
Councillor Francis.
Councillor Francis.
4.
4. Thank you. Have all the votes been given now? Thank you. If the governance officer can calculate the totals, please.
Mr Mayor, we've had 16 votes for, 42 against and 1 abstention.
Okay, thank you, Matthew. Elaine, I was offline due to, do I have a Windows update? Could you update us on the position, please?
So, Mr Mayor, the position that we're at now is that we've had the original motion is to move for an adjournment to 11 AM tomorrow. An amendment was moved to hold the meeting at 9 AM tomorrow, and that has been defeated. There was an earlier indication, I think, that Councillor Mann wanted to move a further time. So perhaps if that could be clarified now, please.
Councillor Mann, do you wish to propose another time, or?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I apologise for earlier bickering, but Mr. Mayor, I propose the adjournment to be moved to 5 PM tomorrow evening to allow workers to attend after an unprecedented meeting, an unprecedented situation, and to allow other councillors to join.
Okay. Thank you. Do you have a second?
5 PM, please. Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second that, Mr Mayor.
Who's that?
Councillor Buick.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Buick. Could we arrange a vote, please, for 5 PM tomorrow evening, please? If you just bear with us.
Mr Mayor, vote 10 is set up.
Thank you. So could we vote for or against a 5 PM start tomorrow?
Could I ask members to stop using the voting system now, and I'll take those votes that haven't been able to be cast. So those members who haven't been able to vote, if they could raise their hands, please. So Councillor Mann. Councillor Mann, could you give your vote, please?
4, but I believe I did it electronically. Thank you, Elaine.
Or was your hand still raised from the from moving the motion? I've just called
Yes,
you
I
on.
beg your pardon. In
Oh,
that
right.
case, yes.
That's fine. Councillor Buick.
Sorry, Leon, I believe I voted electronically for. Thank you.
That's fine. Thank you. And Councillor Jenkins, do you think you've been able to vote?
Yes, I voted for electronically as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So Councillor E. Gibson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Watson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor P. Gibson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Blackett.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Foster.
Against, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Greener.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Lawson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Michael Dixon.
For Elaine, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Turner.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Truman.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor D. Wilson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Thornton.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Francis.
For.
Thank you. Councillor McLennan.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor O'Brien.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Howe.
For.
Thank you. Are there any other members who haven't voted yet? Councillor Ledbetter, have you voted?
Against.
Against. Are there any? Sorry.
Councillor Marshall, I haven't voted yet.
Could I have your vote, Councillor Marshall, please?
Against.
Against, thank you. Do any other members still need to cast their vote? Thank you. Well, in that, oh, Councillor Jackson, no, I think I've got. Have I taken your vote?
Sorry, yes, my mistake there, Elaine.
Okie doke. Thank you. So if all members have voted now, if the governance officer can let us know the totals, please.
Mr Mayor, we've had 21 votes for, 37 votes against and 1 abstention.
Sorry, can you repeat that, Matthew?
Yes, Mr Mayor, we've had 21 votes for, 37 votes against and 1 abstention.
Okay, thank you. So we're left with the 11 o'clock option. Do we need to take a vote on this or?
Agree.
Agree the proposal, Mr Mayor.
Sense prevail, agree.
Mr Mayor, I think we'll have to take a vote. Mr. Mayor.
Agreed. Agreed. Agreed.
Disagree. Take it to the vote.
Mr Mayor, I think we'll
Okay,
have
so
to have a vote.
Disagree, take it to the vote, please, Mr Mayor. Thank
Mr.
you.
Mayor, Mr. Mayor,
Who-
could I have
who's
a,
that?
I don't know if it's a point of order, Councillor
who's
Foster.
that? Councillor Foster, can you please be brief?
I can, Mr. Mayor. it's disgraceful the behaviour of certain members tonight, just being disruptive and disrespectful of yourself. They should treat members better than what's gone on tonight. It's disgraceful. I think if they think the leaders of their parties, they've got a right to put in. Disgraceful, and there should be a red and yellow card system. If they're continually doing it, get them out of the meeting. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Councillor Foster. We'll now proceed to the vote for 11 o'clock to reconvene tomorrow. Can you set that up, governance, please?
Can whoever's watching the telly please turn the volume down?
Are you all right, love? Been really quiet. Teresa just got back from the hospital. She's
Mr. Mayor, vote 11 is set up.
So if members could please stop using the electronic system now, and I'll take votes from those who haven't been able to vote. So Councillor Mann, you've got your hand up. Do you need to give your vote? Councillor Mann, have you been able to vote? I'll come back to Councillor Mann.
I beg your pardon.
Sorry.
I was once again muted, governance. I believe I have made my vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor E. Gibson.
Agree.
Thank you. Councillor Watson.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Lawson.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Foster.
4, Elaine. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McLennan.
I'm afraid I have to abstain. It's not fair on me voting when I won't be there because I've got a dental appointment.
Thank you. Councillor P. Gibson.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Michael Dixon.
Against, Elaine, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Waller.
4, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Turner.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Blackett.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Greener.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Jolly well 4.
Thank you. Councillor Truman.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Francis.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor O'Brien.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Thornton.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
I'm again abstaining, Elaine, because I'm fully booked tomorrow, so I didn't feel it was fair for me to vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Howe.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Ledbetter.
For.
Thank you. Are there any other members who haven't voted yet?
Yes. I haven't voted yet, Councillor Williams.
Councillor Williams, what's your vote, please?
For.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have all members now voted? In that case, can the governance officers give us the totals, please?
Can I ask people to stop having conversations on chat, please?
Mr Mayor, we've had 35 votes for, 22 votes against and 3 abstentions.
Okay, thank you, Matthew. So we'll reconvene tomorrow at 11 AM. Before I go, I would like to, I probably agree with some of what Councillor Foster said. I think the behaviour of this this group tonight has been disgraceful, especially since we're live streaming and we're out for where people of the public can view on YouTube. I think it's been absolute disgrace, and I expect better behaviour tomorrow. We've had people jumping in all over the place, and there is a decorum in this chamber. So I expect when we come back tomorrow, we follow that decorum. Thank you, everybody, and we'll speak to you tomorrow.
Here, here.
Good night.
Hi, Mr Mayor.
Here, here, Mr. Mayor.
Good night, Mr Mayor.
Good night, everyone.
Good night. Thank you.
Mr Mayor, well said.
Good night, everyone.
Well said, Mr Mayor.
Miss